All right, ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us for just a moment. We are coming to you live. Had some technical difficulties getting started here, so we're just getting everything dialed in to bring you a great presentation from the 2026 Western GymACT Conference Championships. The athletes are currently in their 12-minute open warm-up, and then we'll begin competition. On your screen right there, you see a QR code. Make sure you scan it and get right to the live stream link for scores featuring from from ScoreCat. All right, again, we are just getting rocking and rolling right here in Galveston, Texas for Western Conference Championships. The athletes are finishing up their warm-up. We're getting the last couple of connections going, and then we will be ready to rock and roll with a bunch of great gymnastics over the next 2.5 hours. All right, thank you guys for bearing with us there. Of course, as the technical gods do sometimes, as soon as we went live, everything crashed. But we are live and ready here in Galveston, Texas for some great gymnastics. I am joined by none other than Carl Meter, the GymACT legend himself. Carl, you and I have called the last couple Westerns together. Thank you so much for being here today.
Always a pleasure to be here, man.
So we are looking for some great gymnastics, Carl. Who is exciting you today? Who are we watching? What are you excited to see?
Well, the favorites on the west half of the United States tends to be Arizona, and for good reason. So I'm always looking forward to see what these guys are cooking up. Frankly, there's not a single team here that I'm not excited to see. If I'm going to call it right now, I think that the guys to keep their eye on, obviously, Arizona, Bay Area has been putting up some big stuff this season. I've gotten to work with that team a little bit as well, closely, so I'm excited to see what the guys can do there. Washington, of course, my old college team, so always rooting for them. Oh gosh, there's so much, I don't know if I could name them all.
And that's it. I was just watching Easterns, and man, the unbelievable level of gymnastics being done is just, it's bonkers. It is insane how fast GymACT is growing and producing.
Even just watching the warm-ups now, I can tell we're in for a good night.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great night. Again, everybody here is trying to qualify into GymACT Championships in 2 weeks in Oklahoma City, so make sure you guys keep it locked right here on the GymACT YouTube channel to not miss a single bit of that action. All right, we are starting with Washington on floor. We've got Bay Area Bandits on pommel horse, Rocky Mountain Mavericks on high bar, and Kansas City Twisters on parallel bars.
Washington on the floor opening up with some big tumbling passes. Giving up a little bit on the landing so far, a little bit more than you'd like to see. Going to try to keep it a little bit clean now, some side passes, and so far,
Let's go!
And that was Ethan Gamache from Rocky Mountain wrapping up the first set. Nice and simple, nice and clean. Finishing up the opening routine on the floor exercise, that was Austin Hopping from Washington Men's Gymnastics. And moving over to pommel horse for the Bay Area Bandits, this is Joseph Conley. Always a tough start having to open a meet-up on the pommel horse. It can go your way. If it goes your way, it can open the doors to a very smooth competition, but pommels is a rough event to start on and a rough event to finish on. And JoJo wraps up a pretty clean set. Good way to open it up. Ethan Zenick on the high bar for Rocky Mountain. Winding up for his first light element. Pike to Kachev. Hopping giant. And here comes the dismount. Nice, clean half-half. And we have Adrian Facundo on the floor exercise for Washington. Adrian's a very fast twitch athlete, puts a lot of artistry into the floor exercise, and he's actually a tremendous vaulter as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in lineups as they get through meet. And here we go, that's what I was talking about right there. I do not believe there's hardly anybody anymore doing the step out maneuvers on the floor, and Adrian does them very well. Washington so far showing off some excellent skills. Unfortunately, not controlling the landings very well. And on a floor exercise routine where you can see 5 or 6 tumbling passes, that is 5 or 6 opportunities to be taken, considerable deduction. So we'll see if they clean up as they get through the final 2 competitors in their rotation. And this is Finn Gresham on pommel horse. Fighting through to the end. Okay. And, uncharacteristically for him, a step on the landing, which you don't want to see on pommel horse. Aside from that, that looks like 2 mostly hit routines for Bay Area. So potentially they could be coming out of this first rotation with a significant advantage over the other teams. Again, if you can start on pommels and actually hit and get through an entire rotation with no misses, that puts you at an advantage. You're done early. And pommels has been known to be the deciding event for many a championship meet. Cody Myers here for Rocky Mountain on the high bar. With a big straddle to Tkachev and just a little bit far on the reach. So he's going to take the time, gather himself a little bit, and prepare to finish that set.
Sorry, Cody. Keep it going. Clean from here. Come on.
Okay, Cody Myers back on the apparatus. And it looks like he is going to repeat the release move. Of course, omitting it means he's giving up an element group, so it's a smart play to repeat. Very nice catch on his second attempt. Followed immediately by a half-half dismount. Attempted to be laid out, had to pull it around a little bit there at the end. Washington back on the floor with a very strong, powerful double front. This will be Ben Gum.
Let's go, King. Come on.
And that would be Evan Hymanson, following up with Bay Area's 3rd hit pommel routine of the rotation. And back and forth, a nice big 2.5. And that was, so far, the strongest routine put up for Washington. Ben did a fantastic job controlling his landings, where some of the athletes that went before him definitely gave up a lot more than you would want to. Ethan King on the high bar with a big ginger. And a nice high tuck half-half dismount. Just short of the stick landing, still clean routine.
Good work, Queen.
Kansas City on the parallel bars, preparing to put up their final athlete of the rotation. This will be Joshua Lowdy.
All right, Sam.
Swing, hop, half turn, moist support. Starting off strong. Back toss, couple of extra steps. And a beautiful stuck dismount. Strong routine to finish off Kansas City's rotation, and we move back to the floor with Zach Murray.
Come on, Sam.
Clean double pike, small hop on the landing. And Albert Chang wrapping up another routine for Bay Area. Bay Area off to a strong start. Moving to the high bar, that is called a Zulamin. It's a one-arm giant, full twist on the way around, and another full twist from the bottom back up. And comes a little bit short on the skill afterwards. He's gonna try to recover here, get into the excuse me. Coleman. Massive release move, following up with a tuck Kovacs. A little bit short, he gets the giant around. A little bit more one-arm giant work. Hop full turns, called a quast. And he's gonna start settling into the end of his routine here for his dismount. And a lay double-double. Sam Lee putting up a massive routine for Rocky Mountain. Unfortunately, execution-wise, there's a lot to take there, but that is some big skills happening. Flight A of rotation 1 is starting to wind down with 2 teams finished. We are waiting on 1 more routine from Washington on the floor and 2 more on the pommel horse. Up next on the pommel horse is head coach William Pierce, and he is going to be one to watch. Will is a phenomenal pommel worker, and here he goes. And as Will does his thing, we have Kelly Bateman for Washington on the floor. And an outstanding double front to open up the routine. And Will Pierce on the palm horse showing some outstanding flare work. And unless I missed something, Bay Area has gone 5 for 5, excuse me. Yes, 5 for 5 so far on pommels. Bateman moving through the halfway point of the routine. You're going to see a lot of gymnasts loading up the difficulty in the first 2 passes. And the transitions from corner to corner tend to be a little bit simpler, a little bit cleaner. It'll be interesting to see which teams try to use those side passes to build a little bit of extra difficulty into their routine and whether it pays off or not. And so far, Bateman is showing why he is holding the anchor spot for Washington. Bell has sounded for the 10 final seconds of the routine. Dismounts a solid double pike. And that was Washington's final competitor of the rotation. We are waiting on 2 more exhibition routines from Bay Area. So these 2 are contending for an all-around spot. This will be Alexei Trishev. Every year I look forward to coming to these GymACT Conference Championships and seeing how much the level of gymnastics has improved from the previous year. And so far we have not been disappointed. And I'm sure if we move over to Flight B of the first rotation, there's a lot more in store. And we are holding off. It looks like we have a... No, I take that back. Alexei Trishev on the pommel horse. So the final 2 athletes, Alexei and Bryson Brandon, are competing again for an all-around spot. So these 2 events are going to count towards their all-around score. However, they will not be counting towards the team score. Bay Area has already put up their 5 athletes. And our traveling Russian to triple Russian on the end. A little bit of leg separation through. But that is 1 more hit routine for the Bandits. If there's one thing that the Bandits have delivered consistently on, in especially the championship meets, they have excellent consistency on pommel horse. The difficulty is not the highest all the way through. But what matters on pommel horse is whether you can actually stay on or not. On an average meet, if you can just stay on and hit your routine, you're going to beat about 50% of the competition.
It looks like we have 1 final athlete from Bay Area on pommel horse.
This will be freshman Bryson Brandon. Brandon opening up with a scissor full to the middle, into his circles now. Always important to set a good circle rhythm early in the routine. All right, a little bit rough on the rough and Russian dismount, so he stayed on. He's going to pick up significant deduction there through the travel into the dismount. Lots of legs, separation, bend. So I believe that was a 0 fall pommel rotation. Not sure if we're going to see many of those today.
That's not normally what we see, especially at this level.
Flight 8, please rotate to your next competitive event.
Moving over now to the B side, we have SoCal United starting on the floor, Arizona State on the pommel horse, Texas A&M on the parallel bars, and Iowa on the high bar. Now, if there's one program here that I think could respond to a pommel rotation like that, it's going to be Arizona.
You know, Carl, I couldn't agree more, but you know as well as anybody, pommel horse is an all-sums game. Like, you just never know what's going to happen on that event.
I think what I've learned most over the years is once somebody gets up on the pommel horse, it is time to shut your mouth because the commentator's curse is real. I don't know how many times last year we saw that, where we were watching an excellent routine, and as soon as we started to say how excellent it was, they're off.
And it's so frustrating as a commentator because you just feel so bad. All right, and I believe we're just waiting for the final score to come through before we start Flight B here.
And warm-ups back over on the A side are already underway, giving us a little sneak peek at what we're going to see in the next rotation. And the judges have been given the go-ahead to take control of their events on the B side. And we're gonna see. This is Sam Oren on the floor for SoCal United. At the same time, we have Chase Hasky for Texas A&M. I apologize if I butchered that last name. We also have Iowa opening up with their first high bar routine of the rotation, starting with a nice Yamawaki counter throw over the bar. Some nice clean in bar, straddle endo. And a double layout stuck with some nice flare in the air. Sam Oren preparing for his dismount pass. Back double full with a significant rebound out. So strong routine with, again, some picking up quite a bit of landing deductions along the way. We're going to see a lot of strong tumblers today, but on the floor exercise, the team that sets itself apart is the ones that can tumble, put themselves in the air, and bring themselves back down to the ground clean. Arizona State doing some serious work on the pommel horse, fighting through to the dismount here. Oh, excuse me. No, they're not. Fighting through to a Roth and Tong Fei. So working those Russian travels. Here we go. And that would be Nikki Franz from Arizona State. It was a routine that was certainly loaded up with difficulty. Very clean first half. Had a lot of deduction going into the second phase, getting into his travel work. But he got through, counting no falls so far. Ethan Rolandelli on the high bar for Iowa. And another clean overthrow release move. And a full twisting double A. Had to pike it around a little bit, otherwise pretty strong. Iowa off to a good start. And Bryce Cannon is on the parallel bars for Texas A&M as Parker Mann takes the floor for SoCal United.
And that is the Texas Armadillos.
Luke Rodriguez is on the pommel horse for Arizona. Right into some single handle work. So far, so good. Fighting after that Magyar a little bit. And he's off on the rearward travel. And an outstanding routine for Max Rocket from Iowa.
I see some people asking where vault and rings are. We have 4 teams competing in each gym, so we'll see some vault and rings a little later on. Gym A will be back on rings here in this next rotation. So we have 4 teams in each gym, so you'll only be seeing 4 events at a time tonight. You're not missing any gymnastics. We're only showing 4 at a time because there are 8 teams competing in 2 flights. Again, all 8 teams here tonight are battling it out for an opportunity to qualify to 2 different things. They're either here to qualify onto the national title fight, which is going to be a 5-up, 4-count format in 2 weeks in Oklahoma City, and everybody else will qualify onto what's called the Commissioner Cup, which will be using the small team format of 3-up, 3-count. So all the teams on the floor today are going to the national championships. However, the question is whether they're going to be in the fight for the Commissioner's Cup using small team format, or they'll be moving on to the national title fight with 5-up, 4-count. And I do apologize to everybody. We had some technical difficulties. As we all know, technology is great, but sometimes you click start and it all decides to crash at the same time. So I do apologize that we missed your favorite athlete's first event, but we are live and stable here in Galveston, Texas. So hopefully we don't have any more interruptions the rest of the night.
And that was Devin Arvidsson for Texas, wrapping up the third routine of the rotation.
Waiting to go on pommel horse. You have a hard time seeing him because you got somebody waiting to talk to the judge there. This is going to be Samuel Walker Jr. If you watched the GymACT All-Stars or the All-Stars recap, you saw an incredible routine from him that we're going to see if he can repeat here tonight. Huge back double pike on floor from SCU. Big back 2.5.
And a high flying Takachi from Iowa on the high bar. And an outstanding dismount to follow. Iowa's had a very strong high bar rotation. Started off with some clean routines with a little bit lower difficulty. Tried to focus on execution. As they got through the rotation, difficulties built, and I believe that was Harrison Brandt that just wrapped up his routine on the high bar.
Samuel Walker Jr. on Palm Horse again. We're not going to say anything because the commentator's curse is very real, but make sure you keep an eye on it.
And now that he's finished, I gotta say that Samuel swings aggressive and open. That's a very powerful swing he has.
Yes, he does. And it is incredible when he can hit it. But the problem with swinging like that is it just means that you are battling 1/8 of an inch to make sure you stay on.
Rafe Schaffner anchoring Iowa's high bar rotation. Here he goes.
Let's see what he's got here. Rafe is one of those guys we saw at Southwest Cup that we definitely want to keep an eye on. Very nice half talk to about 45. Huge Tkachev that he just barely gets his hands on.
I gotta say, I love to see a Tkachev that actually rotates back into the bar and actually shows proper turnover. That was excellent.
Absolutely. That Weiler, that front free hip, went right to handstands. Pretty rare to see those. Let's see what he's got for a dismount here for Iowa. Double twisting, double layout, and just a small hop back. That was a great rotation for Iowa. They were one of the teams at Southwest Cup that I was just unbelievably surprised by. They came out of kind of nowhere. You know, they had to rebuild after they got cut back in 22, and they have rebuilt fairly quickly. All right, we're with SCU on floor.
It's a high-flying double pike.
Coming back. Ooh, looked like he was looking for the front layout out of that connection for the bonus and just overcooked it, so I had to tuck it over. Not the end of the world. Aiden Myers on Palm Horse for Arizona.
And a beautiful stuck double back dismount from Alex Baum on the parallel bars. Excuse me, that was Jonathan Staples.
And again, if you're looking for scores, scan that QR code. Scores are being brought to you by ScoreCat. We are very excited that we're going to be partnering them for some of our behind-the-scenes stuff, like athlete registration and stuff moving forward. So we want to have a huge shout-out to ScoreCat. If you have not downloaded their app or checked them out, make sure you do so. They have a phenomenal product out on the market. All right, you hear the bell on floor. That means the athlete on floor has 10 seconds to wrap up this routine. Fighting for that stick and just taking a step back. Overall, a nice set for SC United on floor. I talked about this earlier while I was trying to help out with the Eastern stream. It is amazing to me. We have a hard time hitting more than 100 people watching at the same time. And right now we're at 109 people watching this stream right now. So, you know, people say college gymnastics is dying. And you know what? Over the last couple years of calling this, I think that is a complete lie. I think we're gaining more viewership by the minute. So make sure you check out GymACT.org and all of our social medias to find out how to get involved and help make sure streams like this continue to move forward. And let's keep growing this incredible sport. These guys are out here absolutely fighting their hearts out. None of these guys are on scholarship. They're not doing it for money. They're doing it for the love of the game and to keep their team and their goals alive. That's what I love about GymACT. So we're waiting for the last couple of routines here as you hear Iowa chanting for their next guy up on high bar. Getting the last couple routines from Flight B, rotation number 1.
Now from Texas, this is Alex Baum. Some excellent long hang work to open up the routine. Checking the handstand a little bit. Swing half turn.
Oh, what a fight there. Thought he was going to come off the rails, but just fought to stay on. Now he's got to calm down and mitigate. Huge double front from SCU on floor to a strong stick.
All right, and a rough finish for Alex Palm.
But fought to stay on his feet, and more than anything, that's what coaches want to see. They want to see the fight. Mark Davis from Palm Horse, Arizona, waiting to find out if he got credit for his dismount.
And it looks like he did not.
Yeah, I don't think they gave it to him. It was a good routine until then. So we're just he's gonna have to hop back up and finish strong on that. Mark is a Palm Horse specialist, and man, oh man, that is a rough life to live, because as we talked about earlier, Palm Horse is a game of tenths of an inch. All right, Mark back up. Nice, strong dismount there.
It's a hard thing being a specialist. I was actually a pommel specialist my last year in college, and I believe that pommel horse was the very last rotation for us. And I don't know if it's harder to start on your event and get it done quickly, and then have kind of sit and just kind of watch and cheer for the team, or if it's worse to have that as the last event and have all of that time to wait and anticipate.
Right. And that's the issue. If you're a pommel specialist and you're last up, or if you're an any event specialist and you are last up, you're in the building normally 3 to 4 hours before you salute. And in this format, it wouldn't be as bad. In the old format in your days, you'd literally get 2 minutes to touch the equipment.
Back in the old days.
Yep. And then you'd have to hit. And on Palm Horse, that's incredible.
And on that note of the old days, I do apologize. Several of these teams have gone through different name from since I am pre-GymACT, and so I sort of out of habit are going to call these teams by some different names, and I do apologize for that. I'm doing my best.
But how exciting is it that we are seeing just incredible growth? Last year there were 6 teams here at Western Conference Championships. This year there are 8, and I don't know if I should let the cat out of the bag, but there are 4 teams around the country currently in gating requirements to join GymACT. None of them quite cleared for this season, which means that we won't see them officially join GymACT until next year. To join that process, you have to apply. You have to prove you're going to be around and you're not just trying to use the league for anything else. So it is a process, and it takes a lot to actually become a full member. We watched NC Airmen last year. They became a GymACT team halfway through season, but did not mean that they were eligible for national championships. They had 1 athlete there representing them, and now they're here on the floor of Western Conference Championships. SCU mounting with an incredibly high double front for a side pass. That's very rare. You've got to have a lot of quick twitch to be able to do that. Unfortunately, just overcooked it a little bit. Again, there's that 2.5 front tuck. I have a feeling they're going for that 2.5 front lay that gets the connection bonus and just keep overcooking the 2.5. But it's also conference championships. The only thing you have to do here is qualify through to nationals in whichever division you're looking for. And then everything else is extra. This is a qualifying event. And some bragging rights of being the beast of the East.
Or the best of the West.
Oh, I'm sorry, or the best of the West.
This is, I believe, Elliott Foster for Arizona on the pommel horse.
And I believe this is an all-around.
Yes, we're looking at the 6th and then 7th athletes from Arizona here soon. So yes, Arizona has already put up their 5-man lineup. These following 2 are going to be competing for an all-around spot.
Correct, and the big reason that's happening, huge news for GymACT for any of our viewers that didn't know, the top all-around score at GymACT Championships in 2 weeks gets an automatic spot at USAG's US Championships in August. So we are going to see some incredible gymnastics in 2 weeks as all the all-arounders battle it out to try to take that spot. Everybody else wanting to continue on to U.S. Championships and potentially the national team are going to have to head to the national championship qualifier in June to try to get through to that meet. So we're going to see a lot more all-arounders really fighting to try to grab that spot. But it is also a huge acknowledgement of the gymnastics being done in GymACT, that they're getting an automatic seat just like the NC2A. All right, Isaiah Millay on pommel horse.
Isaiah's going to be one to keep an eye on this today. He has got he is really become a standout for Arizona.
He absolutely has, and it's going to be very interesting to watch him and Elliott Foster are the two really big standouts, and then I believe they also have Evan Lacey who's going to be going after that all-around spot. So it's going to be real interesting to watch. All three of them have their strengths, and they're really growing big. So it'll be fascinating to watch as it all comes together over the next 2 weeks.
And Isaiah, I believe, is going to be the final routine of the rotation.
All right, Isaiah Millay from Arizona State on Pommel Horse.
Putting up scissor full, leg work into a solid single pommel flop. That is what we call those sequences that happen on the single pommel. Those are called flops. So once again, we're going to check to see if we've got credit for the dismount. I believe he's going to have to repeat.
I believe you are correct.
That's a shame. That was a good-looking routine. And here he goes for his second attempt. And a much stronger one.
All right, we are headed back to Flight A.
And as we move back over to the A side, we've got Rocky Mountain on the floor, Washington on the pommel horse, Bay Area on the rings, and Kansas City on the high bar. And on the still rings, Andrew Fairchild for the Bandits. Opening up with a Nazarian. Cross. Now Andrew's actually come out of retirement to compete once again, and I've seen him training personally very, I can see he's put so much work into getting his ring strength back. He's a tremendous worker. And so far, so good, as Evan Frey opens up for Kansas on the high bar. The high flying double back. A small step.
I do apologize. We lost our floor camera for just a minute. We're working on getting it back for you guys right now.
Fairchild finishes up a solid starting routine for the Bandits. Rings, not the strongest event for the Bandits as a whole, but we do have a couple strong athletes to be shown today. And Zach Murray is on pommel horse for Washington. All right, Zach Murray, physically a very powerful guy. You see that strength used in a very good way as he gets into his circles. Very strong swing, kept his momentum going, and actually a very nice looking dismount as well. You're going to see a lot of those handstand dismounts today, almost exclusively handstand dismounts on pommel horse.
Yep, we'll see a handful of Russian dismounts, but most of them will be swinging to that handstand.
And back to the horizontal bar, we've got Braden Mann. Got a heck throw over the bar, hop to front grip. And very far through on the dismount, couldn't quite spot it. High bar is going to be an interesting one to watch today. We're going to see a lot of very short routines that are aiming to hit requirements and get off the equipment to try to minimize risk. We've seen a couple of guys really try to load up those high bar routines with some very high difficulty. The trick is balancing the two and making sure that you are not losing more than you gain. But have no doubt, there is going to be some high-flying high bar happening today.
Absolutely, that's going to be a crowd favorite all night long.
And Mitchell Payumo on the pommel horse wrapping up for Washington. Has fought a little bit through on the landing, or on the dismount, excuse me, but that is Washington's second hit of the rotation as we look at Alexei Trishev settling into an iron cross, a little bit high perhaps. Alexei showing us some good strength so far. As you watch rings tonight, pay attention to the guys, how they grip the rings on those cross positions. You're going to see most of them showing a little bit of false grip as they roll the wrists over. You can always tell a very strong rings worker because they have a flat grip through the wrist, showing no compensation for the strength hold at all. And a full twisting double back for a large hop for Alexei. Two hops for Alexei. Strong routine. If not, maybe a little bit shaky on the landing. Rocky Mountain on the floor exercise. A strong double front. Leading into a back double pike that goes far short on the landing. So he's going to take a breath and try to continue the routine. Braden Mann on the high bar with some nice in-bar jam to eagle grip giant. You're gonna see another hop full turn called a quast. A little bit loose through the turn. And a good floaty back layout, little overcooked on the landing. On the rings, Evan Hymanson for the Bandits. Evan is returning to an all-around position after a few years of specializing. This is actually the first time I've seen him personally on rings since I've known the guy. Turns out he's actually pretty good. Could point his toes, though. Double dismount. Fought a little bit to get it around. But Evan is going to do some serious work in bringing up the difficulty score of the Bandits, particularly on some of their weaker events like rings. That was an excellent start. And Washington getting through their third routine of the rotation on pommel horse, showing some good travel work. Here comes the dismount. Swings up nicely. Chase Mooseman just short on that stooped Tkachev. An uncommon release move, worth a tenth more than the Tkachev normally, but just could not quite keep the hands on. And Rocky Mountain showing some exceptional tumbling on the floor exercise. Sam Lee, I believe this is, on the floor. And an outstanding full twisting double A to wrap up in another high bar routine. Again, we've seen some great skills, some fantastic dismounts, not a lot of stuck landings so far.
That's something we talked about last year, if I remember right.
Every year almost, I think.
Yeah, and then at Nationals, the sticks just go out of their mind. So I think guys get here and they try to save it. I think they really do put it in the back pocket and really try to save it.
And Joseph Conley on the ring, settling into his whipped across. Perhaps a little low on the hold. Tuck Yamawaki to L. Good catch on the giant, and far short on the full twisting double back. Had to save it quite a bit. Yeah, the landings at this point in the season are typically you're trying to get them a little bit more dialed in. We're seeing a lot of very large steps and large hops. So seeing these teams go back home and really work on mitigating those landing deductions in preparation for nationals, there are points upon points to be made up there.
Absolutely. A lot of this really does come down to landings.
And it looks like we've got Carter Hawthorne preparing for his routine on the pommel horse. Carter's an excellent pommel worker as well. So as he prepares, I'm going to refrain from commenting, hopefully, in an attempt to avoid the commentator's curse. And instead, let's see if Bryson Brandon for Bay Area is ready on the rings. Standing with his coach Rohit, his junior coach.
Up on rings.
And pommels. Bryson's a strong guy. There he goes, trying to show that open grip. Doesn't quite show it all the way open, but it's a good attempt. And Hawthorne fighting to finish a dismount. A little bit of hesitation, otherwise an outstanding routine. Maybe even the cleanest we've seen so far tonight. And a solid finish as well for Bryson Brandon on the floor. And Jackson Corwin will be finishing for Rocky Mountain on the floor exercise. There's a stuck landing.
Fantastic effort there from Rocky Mountain on floor. They are wanting into national championships so bad, and they've been training so hard to get there, and it's great to see it all pay off.
And it's landings like that they're going to pave the way for them if they can continue.
All right, we are wrapping up just the last couple of routines here in Flight A. All right, we're waiting for our final competitor from Bay Area Bandits right here on Still Rings. This is going to be Will Pierce. He has been around GymACT since the beginning, and he is so much fun to watch because he definitely does some unique gymnastics. So keep an eye on that rings camera as we're waiting for Will Pierce from Bay Area Bandits to take to the Still Rings. All right, waiting for William Pierce right here.
Boy, Jack, attack.
All right, Jack.
Nice back lever there, nice and flat. That's what the judges are looking for. Beautiful front uprise right to that L.
Oh wait, I can so see more of the stuff.
Will is known for his unique gymnastics, and that's what we're going to see
Doing a lot
here.
better.
So we're going to take his arm bend,
I
elbow
would say
check.
that.
Here we go. Big. Oh, and just a small hop on the dismount. Otherwise, a phenomenal routine from Will Pierce and Bay Area Bandits. All right, and that should do it for Flight A, rotation number 2. So we should be headed to Flight B. All right, in Flight B, we're going to see Iowa on floor, SC United on pommel horse, Arizona State on still rings, and the Texas Armadillos are headed to high bar. All right, just waiting for those last scores to come in just to make sure we are good to rotate, and then we'll be headed over to Flight B. Oh, and I apologize. We have one final competitor from Flight A. That's why we were waiting. So we are on still rings with Bay Area.
And this is Finn Gresham, again competing for an all-around position. Bay Area's got a couple, so we're going to see a lot of longer lineups for them.
And that's what's going to be fascinating, is watching all the guys trying to battle it out for that one automatic spot into U.S. Championships in August.
And Finn recovering nicely from a small balance check on the Giant to a solid dismount.
That was a beautiful routine for Bay Area. And a stuck dismount.
And Finn's been struggling a little bit on rings this year, so to see him hit such a solid routine it's good to see.
Absolutely, and we are headed to Flight B, rotation number 2. As Flight A heads back out to start their warm-up for their third event. All right, just waiting to make sure we've got all the scores in. There are no inquiries, anything like that, so it'll be just a second, and we'll get started with Flight B. All right, SCU already up on horse there.
And again, we're going to see if they're going to give him credit for that dismount. Looks like he's going to have to attempt it again. Tristan Reyna wrapping up on high bar for Texas. And Dylan Schaefer on the pommel horse with a successful second attempt on the dismount. And moving over to the floor exercise with Jake Horry from Iowa GymACT.
And floor is somewhere Iowa shined earlier this season, so let's see what we've got right here as they get started in their second competitive event.
Double tuck, strong opening pass. Going to be seeing a lot of those today.
As it fulfills that forward tumbling element group, you're going to see a lot of guys risking those, that blind landing, but it's worth it if you can stay on your feet. Evan Lacey taking to the rings for Arizona State.
And are we going to see an overbar dismount?
Very rare.
Kind of like you were saying on the floor. It's very difficult. It's a blind landing. You're dropping in from really high. If you can land it, it's a great alternative to pick up an extra tenth over a double tuck, but the difficulty and consistency for that dismount is very difficult.
It's extremely rare you see somebody land that, and especially land it that well. That was a great routine for the Armadillos. Evan Lacey for Arizona State coming in. Just that smallest hop back, but otherwise a great routine.
But even with the hop, you notice how the preparation for the landing was there. It was at a good, stable position. Yes, it was not a stick, but landed any other way, that could have been a much larger deduction. So it's not always about getting a perfect landing. Sometimes it's a game of mitigating the deductions where you can find them.
Absolutely. It's always 1/10 or less. That's the goal. 1/10 isn't the end of the world, because sometimes you fight for a stick and you step 3/10 and you're upside down on it. So sometimes it is better just to take that 1/10 step and make sure that you're solid in that 1/10 and really fight for that stick bonus and take an accidental 3/10. So phenomenal job right there.
And I've always been one to preach the hop. I've always believed that it's much easier to take a 1/10 hop than a 1/10 step, because steps tend to go big.
Well, in steps, you have a guide. You know, judges always look, it's supposed to be greater than shoulder width, but I know most judges, if you step bigger than your other foot, they're going to take 3/10. But if you hop, it's really hard to discern where that line is. So I agree, taking that hop is always smarter. SCU back up on horse as Alexander Fesseltuck takes to the still rings for Arizona State. This is always a fun moment for me. I got the honor of coaching him for part of his junior career, started in Oregon and then came down to Arizona with us for a while. This kid is strong, so let's keep an eye right here on rings. Kipping right into that Maltese.
Look at that level position. Wow.
Dead flat. I could put a chicken dinner on his calves and have a nice little lunch there. Up into a straight plunge. And then dropping right into the iconic Iron Cross. A little short on the hold. You saw the false grip a little bit. But if he's tired, sometimes it's better to take that little bit of a short hold and make sure you can get through the rest of the routine. It was very interesting. That was a keki. You don't see those very often. Very well done,
and when
too.
you do, people always argue about whether it's keki or chechi.
I'm sure there will be somebody in the comments ready to correct me. Here you go, giant work as Iowa takes to the floor. Mounting with a huge 2.5 front leg, just a little behind it.
That was a bruiser of a routine.
That's really going to help Arizona stay on top of this competition after this rotation. If you're not keeping an eye on the scores on another device, we'll give you an update real quick after this rotation once we get all the scores for Flight B. One of the hard things is you're watching an A and B flight meet. You know, sometimes people get super excited, oh, we're winning the meet. Well, you're in Flight A, which means really all you're doing is winning Flight A because Flight B hasn't competed yet. So we'll give you a quick score update right after this rotation.
There should be Jonathan Staples on the horizontal bar.
Ooh, little arch out, but good fight.
Clean direction change, though.
Absolutely. Finding that handstand, really nice body lines.
High bar is a game of angles, and he is playing that game pretty well right now.
See what we got for a dismount. Full twisting double tuck and just a small step backwards. It was a great routine for the Armadillos.
Hunter Fletchig up on the rings for Arizona.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe you pronounce his last name Flexing.
Ah.
But believe it or not, yeah, it is actually how you pronounce his last name. Very, very strong in this event. Again, if we mispronounce anything, we apologize. One of the things with GymACT, normally these kinds of productions are covered by about 10 people, and this is literally just being covered by Carl and I today, so sometimes we make some mistakes, stuff like that, so we do apologize in advance if that happens, but we're just doing everything we can to bring you the best presentation of this incredible gymnastics, as Hunter is hitting a beautiful handstand shape there on rings, staying completely free of the straps. Here we go, winding up for dismount, yours team getting loud, double twisting, double tuck. And just that 3/10 step forward. That was a phenomenal routine for Arizona State.
Arizona across the board has always done an excellent job of maintaining a very high degree of difficulty across all of their events. They set the standards high for all of their athletes, and they deliver consistently with it.
Absolutely, and some of it is, we've talked a long time about why Arizona has such a kind of grab on this. That's very, very rare that Arizona State is not on top. And I think there's a lot to it. I think there's history behind it, and I think it doesn't hurt that, guys come on their recruiting trips or come to look at the school in January, and they come from places that are, 30 degrees, and they show up and it's sitting at a beautiful 75.
They do have an environmental advantage over states like Washington, where it is gray and miserable most of the year.
Absolutely.
I say that as a former Washington athlete.
Some great gymnastics being done here. And like we've talked about, every year we show up at, watch either Eastern or Western Conference Championships, and it just gets better every single time. It is absolutely unbelievable.
Next up for Arizona, Elliott Foster. An outstanding opening pass on the floor exercise for Iowa. One of the first successful combination passes we've seen.
Huge double front for his second pass.
Foster checking that handstand a little bit, but doing it well.
And that's a stuck dismount for Arizona State with that tuck double-double. Had some deductions with that chest down, but it's a stick.
You did a really good job. You find yourself fighting for a handstand on rings. A lot of guys' first instinct is you bend the arms and you pull it in. You do a massive balance check in that handstand. He did a very good job of keeping tight everywhere he possibly could and doing the absolute minimum to restabilize that position.
Absolutely, and that's, I always say, rings is a game of staying calm. You get in that trouble, you're about to fall out of handstand. So many guys, like you said, they panic, they bend the elbows, they turn it in, and then they end up incurring all these deductions. Whereas a lot of the time, right before you fall, if you just squeeze every muscle in your body as hard as you can normally hang on to it. So he did a great job of just staying calm and fighting for it.
And that was Aiden Murray on the floor, showing some outstanding tumbling. A little bit short on the double pike dismount, took quite a significant deduction there. But his first two passes, forward tumbling passes, were some of the strongest we've seen so far.
Absolutely. And, we've been trying not to talk about pommel horse all night because there is such thing as a commentator's curse. But who's had a great pommel rotation was SC United. They had some really solid pommel routines going on over there. So hopefully you guys had a chance to catch all those. All right. As we are coming down to the end of this rotation, this is what we call the bottom of the second. So it's flight B, rotation number 2. Keep an eye and see how scores come through here.
Back to floor exercise with Max Rackett for Iowa. And again, another strong combination pass, back 2.5 punch front layout. And a massive back double pike. And on rings with another excellent Maltese from, this would be Nikki Franz. Uprise Maltese, tad high on the hold, otherwise pretty level. Arizona's been putting on an excellent strength display on the rings. They've got some strong guys. With these guys that are very strength heavy, it always comes down to how well they can swing through the second half of the routine, through the giants, the handstands. It's easy to fall into the trap of loading up a routine with strength early on to build up massive difficulty, but then struggling to get through the second half. The endurance requirement on rings is tremendous. But Franz delivered, and delivered well.
We're waiting for these last couple routines from rotation number 2.
Looks like we have Rafe Schaffner preparing for the floor exercise for Iowa, and Isaiah Malay in another exhibition slot on the rings.
And again, these exhibition spots, it's all about qualifying as an all-arounder onto GymACT Championships. If you don't compete all-around tonight, you can't compete all-around at GymACT Championships. So yeah, that's why you see so many guys trying to qualify onto that spot. All right, I believe this is Rafe Schaffner on floor. He put on one heck of a set at Southwest Cup. Let's see what he's got here tonight.
Full punch double front.
And overcooked
With
in the
power
corner.
to spare.
Right? How often are you going to see that?
Back 3.5. Yeah, Rafe came to play today.
He's definitely got a big set for us as Isaiah takes the still rings. You can hear his team cheering for him because at the end of the day, that's what this whole competition is about. It's about the team score. Beautiful Yamawaki work from Isaiah into a nice back upright handstand. Rafe coming in for another big pass, back 2.5 front layout, just sneaking his landing gear under him. Isaiah coming in for a big dismount. Super late on that double-double, but very well done. Big back double pike and just the hot backward for Rafe. That was a huge routine for Iowa. And that's what I was talking about. Southwest Cup, man, those guys came out of, in my mind, kind of nowhere. You know, they were in a rebuild, and last year they looked good, but they didn't look like a superpower. And then they showed up in Arizona and said, no, we are here to be a superpower. And they blew everybody away, taking home a second from the Southwest Cup. So, you know, Southwest Cup is kind of a mini Western Conference Championships. So we'll see what happens here tonight as we're finishing up rotation 2.
You know, I think there's a certain competitive edge to be gained by being in that sort of underdog position. So back in, you know, the mid-20 teens when I was at Washington, we were sort of in a familiar place where the team prior to my joining had been as small as, I think, 5 guys. And growing up to a traveling team of about 9 or 10. But being in that position where you kind of have something to prove, I enjoyed it. It always pushed you to put in that extra little bit. Like I said, when you have a point to prove, you have nothing to lose.
Right, and it puts a little fire in the tank, even when you feel like you don't have anything in there. It gives you that last little bit of juice when you're a little tired going for that dismount.
Yeah.
You remember that no, we're making history here. We're doing something special, and sometimes it gives you that last little bit you need to take that extra rep in the gym, or hit that one more routine before you leave for a big meet. And sometimes it's all it takes to put you over the top. So it's going to be interesting to watch here as if you're keeping an eye on ScoreCat here. The scoreboard's looking interesting. We'll give it a second. We'll make sure all these scores come in as Iowa's taking to the floor again here before we really check in on that scoreboard. But it's looking really interesting.
And this will be Harrison Brandt, also competing for an all-around position. Overdone on the double front and not quite prepared enough for the landing, and then the opposite on his back 2.5. So he's going to have to settle down and see where he can gain some tenths back. Nice and stable.
It's looking good for Iowa. See what Harrison's got here. Full front layout. Ooh, interesting. Looked like he might have slid his feet just the slightest bit when he stood up. It'd be interesting to know if the judges took a 10th on that or not. Very, very strong. And, tonight, I know there were some guys in the East also looking to take that all-around spot. So national championships in a few weeks is going to be a very interesting battle. It is going to be fun to watch because we'll have the Commissioner's Cup battle going on, which is that small team 3-up 3-count format, and that is it's all about hitting. It doesn't matter if you have a bigger routine. If you don't hit 3-up 3-count, it's all on the line. Everything counts. Whereas the national title
at the end of the year, the game, it doesn't necessarily come down to who's got the most impressive skills. It kind of comes down to who's really the most prepared.
Absolutely. And that's what it's going to come down to. And it's going to be interesting to watch. But then on top of that, we're going to watch this all-around fight to see who is going to get that guaranteed spot at U.S. Championships in August.
And that's what I'm going to enjoy watching the most because it's not necessarily the biggest, most competitive team that's going to put up the top all-arounder. It's actually more common for those massive teams to be saturated enough that it's actually very difficult to make a lineup spot. And it gives opportunity for some of these smaller and younger teams to put up a guy who really can be a strong contender.
Absolutely. It really is. That's going to be an interesting fight because as we've been talking about, when GymACT started, there were a clear top two. It was Arizona and Washington, and then there was this massive gap down to everybody else. And over the years, those gaps are closing, and they are closing fast. Rocky Mountain is really becoming a strong contender for at least a podium spot at Nationals.
For Flight A to be.
Yeah, all right,
Paul, you go. Looks like they're done now.
Washington and Arizona were the two oldest of the club teams, and so they were absolutely leading the way for those teams as GymACT came to prominence.
Absolutely. All right, as we head into rotation 3, let's have a quick check on scorecat.com for the latest standings. All right, here we go. Arizona State out in front with a 101.65. Right behind them in second place is Iowa GymACT, 100.55. Bay Area bringing up third at 99.9, and with a 98.4 is in fourth with Washington. Rocky Mountain Mavs are 91.55 in sixth.
Let's go, Mitchell.
91.25 in seventh, and KCU with an 89.45. Again, we are talking the spread about 12 points. And only a couple years ago, 12 points was the difference between first and second. So it is just unbelievable
This
to
is a
watch
straight body plan, beautifully
how
done.
close all of this is getting.
Switch to the back. Back up, nice.
Mitchell Payuma is on the rings right now for Washington State with a very clean, really impressive straight planche.
Are they gonna roll it?
So far, actually, quite a bit of outstanding strength. Now, here's what I was talking about earlier. As you load up the beginning of that routine with your strength, it comes down to how you're going to get through that second half where you find your the giants, especially those handstand holds. You can gas yourself out so much on the strength that even a basic handstand can become a struggle at the end of a routine.
Absolutely, and it's so common to happen. And so you hate to see it when it does happen, but it is phenomenal how well these guys are fighting. We've seen some falls, right? But we haven't seen anyone give up in the middle of a routine. We haven't seen any complete disasters. Now we're only rotation 2. Hopefully we don't see any more, but the heart and the fight in this competition is unbelievable.
Evan Hymanson on the vault with a Yurchenko entry, back 1.5 twist.
Little muddy in the air, but a strong landing for that blind landing is so hard.
And again, Evan has only just recently begun training all around again, so his vault, floor, rings are all events that he's been off of for a little while now. And Evan's been helping the entire team as a whole. Actually, the team as a whole has seen a significant improvement in difficulty on vault. It has not been their strongest, actually probably their weakest event in the past couple of years.
Absolutely, and vault is one of those ones, it's only a 6-second performance, but it is the easiest place to build difficulty, but it's also one of the hardest just because of how long it takes to develop a vault because of how fast it happens. And so it's very interesting to watch these teams, kind of catch up. And one of the other things I want to point out, we haven't talked about them much, is KCU, the Kansas City Twisters. They're on floor exercise right now. Make sure you keep an eye. This is one of the events they really are known for. They are still one of the younger, smaller teams, so they don't have a lot of that depth you were talking about, but floor is somewhere where they can really make some moves.
And that looks like a strong first routine hit for Rocky Mountain on the pommel horse, getting the energy up. the still rings. It is Riley Lineman for Washington.
All right, you saw on the Pommel Horse camera there, Coach Tabor was so excited for that hit routine from Rocky Mountain. Riley Lineman, wow, what a fight on vault.
And that was Bryson Brandon, a freshman, bringing up the most difficult vault that Bay Area has at its disposal right now. Definitely leaving something to be desired in the way of execution, but he's a young guy. He's got a couple years to polish that out. Maybe here in a year or two, he can try to get that extra half twist tagged on there. Bryson's got a lot of potential.
He's got a ton of power in it. He's just, like you said, he's got to execute a little bit better, and that's going to be a very nice score for them. Riley Lineman on still rings from Washington.
Fighting up into that handstand a little bit.
And that's what we're talking about right there. No panic. Just stay calm, trust your strength, so you don't waste a bunch of energy coming into a dismount.
Yeah, Riley's a well-seasoned competitor for Washington now. He's upperclassman. Could have saved a little bit on that landing. I said you can watch the landing position where if they let the chest drop, the arms drop, a lot of the times that landing is going to get away from them and lead to more deductions. The guys that are landing in that prepared position with the chest high, the arms high, there might be a hop or a step in there still, but it's certainly going to be a lot less.
Right. And that's when you don't land in that absolutely perfect stick position, that is the name of the game, is mitigating deductions. All right, what do we have here? On vault from Bay Area.
Will Pierce, and he actually, so he can compete a cause with an extra half out. Looks like he watered down to try to play it a little bit safe, keep it a little bit cleaner today. Might be a smart play.
Right. Especially if they are looking at the scoreboard and they know where they're sitting right now, that's definitely a smart play to just stay on, stay in that top three, try to get in as a national title fighter. That's what 90% of today is. Becoming, proving that you are the best of the West is fun and all, but it doesn't matter if you can't get into that national title fight. And some of the teams out here aren't even trying to get into the national title fight. They're trying to place high enough to be able to choose their starting event at nationals and some other things that go on with that, with the rankings from today.
Another excellent routine wrapped up for Kansas on the floor.
Do feel bad we haven't been talking about them too much just yet, but like I said, they're doing a lot of great things out there. The Kansas City Twisters are growing like crazy. Head coach Rich Quick and I were having a good discussion last night about just how fast they're growing. They're definitely going to be a team to keep a close eye on as we head into these last couple or the second half of this meet. The first half was definitely not their strongest, but he was really excited to see the second half competition.
That was Finn Gresham on the vault for Bay Area with another Kazumatsu vault. So again, not pushing the difficulty very high, but just trying to get a couple of good hit vaults under their belt. Drake Mizell is on the rings for Washington, settling into another iron cross hold.
Beautiful iron cross, nice and flat.
And his opening one almost looked a little bit high on the one shoulder. Makes me think maybe he might be nursing a shoulder injury. Big double back on the floor. That is both feet out of bounds, it looks like.
Which again isn't the biggest deal. It's 3/10. Sometimes it's worth taking that deduction because fighting too hard for anything else, you're going to end up taking more. So that's one when I talk to people and they're like, oh my gosh, they went out of bounds. Like, yeah, it's not great, obviously. But, 1 foot out of bounds is 1/10, 2 feet out of bounds is 3/10. And if you were watching the NC2A championships, you saw the drama. One of the big things is the line is in. If you are not completely covering the line, it is still considered inbounds. Bay Area over there having a vault rotation that I have never seen from them. Like you said, they have clearly been doing some work on their vault lineup, and it is showing here tonight in Galveston, Texas at the 2026 GymACT Western Conference Championships.
And I believe that was Braden Mann wrapping up another routine for Kansas City.
And again, we've been trying not to talk too much about pommel horse, just trying to keep the commentator's curse out. But Rocky Mountain has been doing some good things over there. I know it's somewhere where they have struggled in the past, but they are definitely starting to clean up and find some solid hits. When we did their intro, if you haven't seen them, check it out on GymACT YouTube or any of our social medias. We're trying to introduce you to as many of the teams as we can before national championships. So as you're watching nationals, you know who you're cheering for, you know what these guys are doing. And they said their strongest event is definitely rings. So we'll see them in the next rotation and see what they're talking about, because they definitely have some very impressive ring swingers in that team.
On to the still rings again with Zach Murray.
Kansas City waiting to take to floor.
Fighting into that Maltese position. He's good and flat. He's got to watch those elbows, though.
This is one of my favorite things. You can hear his team just going nuts for him.
Certainly no team here is lacking in camaraderie. Washington has always brought the energy.
And here's the inverted iron cross we saw a couple weeks ago at GymACT All-Stars. Let's see if you can find a nice clean dismount here.
Yes, he can. Zach Murray delivering a solid routine as Josh Loudy for Kansas. Mounted with an outstanding double back, cleanly stuck.
And a back 1.5 to prone to fulfill his artistry requirement. This is a guy a couple years ago, actually I believe it was last year at Westerns, had one of the most unique corner transitions. There it is. Hopefully you were watching that camera. It's that undercutted dive roll. Unbelievable. Ooh, interesting there. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a tucked front
He
full.
balked out of something for certain, so he's going to take a breath here and recenter himself as he gets ready to wrap up the routine.
As long as he's not still for more than 2 seconds, there's no deduction. He definitely looks a little rattled there. I'm not sure what that second to last pass was supposed to be, but other than that, a phenomenal routine for the Twisters.
Rocky Mountain sounds like they had themselves a pommel horse rotation. Energy is running high as they get ready to move on to the still rings.
Yeah, they definitely had a great rotation over there. Coach Tabor's super excited about it. Let's take a look. We're waiting. They are definitely missing some scores in ScoreCat. They only show a 33, so we'll wait and let the rest of those scores come in. But they were definitely excited about it, and that's huge because you know as well as I do, one good pommel rotation just brings the team together, and it really, really helps carry that energy through the rest of the competition. All right, down to the last couple routines. Looks like we're still waiting on one guy from Kansas City on floor. So keep an eye on that floor camera.
Chance Brogan is the final competitor of Flight A, Rotation 2, with a massive full twisting double back. Very quick twitch.
So he's got for his second pass here. Back 1.5 front full. I'm so glad that pass is stuck around. You don't get bonus for doing twist-to-twist connections, but that is 2 C-value passes, or C-value skills, so you get 6/10 to your start value for doing that pass. And when you can do it well, it is so easy to keep clean, just like he did.
Although the funny thing is, even if you did a back 2.5, he still wouldn't get connection bonus because Fig is silly like that.
Every time somebody finds a way to use the rules, they got to change them. That back handspring to prone, we're going to see that a lot. That's what guys are doing instead of the scale. You can do a single leg balance or approved artistry element. That's why we saw Josh Loudy do the back 1.5 to prone. All right, let's see what we've got here for, should be a dismount from Kansas City.
And very short on that double tuck. Tried to fight it around. Powerful routine.
Just a bummer when you see such a great routine like that end with that stumble forward, but definitely going to be good as we move toward national championships here in a couple of weeks.
So these college guys have a double flipping requirement on the floor exercise. You're seeing quite a few guys actually choosing not to do that. Instead, going for something that they're hoping is going to be an easier landing. Opting for a small neutral deduction in that case, I believe.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things that you've got to look at the deduction versus how many deductions are you taking on it and make that decision. And that can be so hard. So we're wrapping up. This is rotation number 3 for Flight A. We're just waiting for that last score to kick in. And then we're going to be headed to Flight B for their 3rd competitive event. Warm-ups are done in Flight B. We are really just waiting for that last score to kick in. All right, looks like we're about to call rotate here, so transition over to Flight B for their 3rd event.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. Arizona on the vault is going to be hot.
It's going to be huge.
As well, we've got Texas Armadillos on the floor exercise, Iowa on the pommel horse, and SoCal United on the rings.
We're headed to the bottom of the 3rd. All right, this is going to be a wild ride because SCU, who is going to be our first competitor here, is definitely strong on still rings. So let's see what they can do, make up a little ground here on rings. As you said, Arizona on vault is just going to be phenomenal. Texas on floor is going to be great. All 4 of these are going to be great. There's so much great gymnastics that's going to happen right here.
Arizona opening with a cause full 2 twists.
But SCU opening with backup rise Maltese to Nakayama, done extremely well.
Every opening routine of this rotation so far has been absolutely exceptional so far. All of these teams are coming out swinging. A little bit sloppy on the landing, but otherwise an outstanding routine for SoCal United. A hit routine on the pommel horse for Iowa, and an outstanding opening vault for ASU that I'm sure is going to continue to build momentum. And a cleanly stuck dismount for Texas as well. Got some good stuff happening over here in the B Gym.
Again, I got to plug it wall. We got a little lull in competition here. If you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe right here to the GymACT YouTube channel, because you're not going to want to miss national championships, which will only be streamed right here in 2 weeks out of Oklahoma City. It also helps us get more viewership, as that's what we need in these day and age to do all kinds of things. And if you haven't done so, check out GymACT.org to find out every way you can get involved, whether it's finding a local club in your area and helping them out, or donating to the national office and helping keep things like this stream moving forward, because so far everybody in GymACT is a volunteer, and we are all doing this out of our passion. So any way you can get involved and help, we just can't say thank you enough. So check out GymACT.org to find out all the details on how you can get involved. One of the biggest things I got to plug is we've got a camp this summer. We have an East and West camp. You can find all that information, gymact.org. It is one of the best things you can do for your athlete. If you have an athlete in the sport of gymnastics that's even thinking about doing college gymnastics, NC2A or GymACT, send them to that camp. It is a phenomenal camp. Every single GymACT team is represented there. They get to talk to every single one of the GymACT coaches, learn all about the entire league in one camp. So check out gymact.org to check out the GymACT summer camps. All right, back to the action here in the B gym.
We have got Harrison Brandt on the pommel horse. Single handle swing, side travel. Up to dismount, on and off, nice and clean, and that is another hit routine. And here we go with Mark Suzuki from SoCal United on the rings.
Huge.
Another full twisting double back on the floor exercise as well from Texas.
Massive. And what a fight on rings. SC United coming in way high in that cross. Thought he was going to fall through it and just fought with everything he had to make sure he gets credit.
And he does fight through that pike Yamawaki a little bit. Shows a little bit of a hesitation in the support over the top. Keeps it moving.
Should only be a 3/10 deduction. Huge full twisting front pike on vault from Arizona's Nikki Franz.
For as hard as he hits that table, that has to turn into like a hand double at some point, you would think. Yeah, that is a tremendous block.
It is just, it goes straight up off the table. I know Arizona does have a few handspring double fronts in the gym, and, that vault is just so, I mean, Carl, you know more than anybody, that vault just is so hard on the body. It is so hard to compete it long term in a long calendar like a college or a collegiate calendar of any caliber.
Aaron Groh wrapping up his routine on the floor exercise. An amazing display of power. Again, in the air, execution has some room to clean up, but there is a lot of big floor happening as expected. Colin Killian preparing for SEU. I can see him visualizing. Looks like we got some more Maltesers in the works here.
Iowa back on pommel horse. Here we go, Isaiah Malay on vault.
Talk about hitting the table.
Wow. 2.5.
It's a cannonball vault. Holy smokes.
And he did 1.5 of those twists, probably only a foot off the floor.
That's an elite level vault.
Absolutely. And
that was outstanding.
Incredibly well executed. Just the hop on the landing, but in the air, those legs are just glued together. And that, I think, is one of the hardest things, is the transition from the board, from the springboard, when you actually flip upside down to your hands on the vault table. That is such an incredibly hard time to keep your feet just laser tight, and he does it very, very well. All right, SCU on the rings. Let's see what we got here. Let's listen into the sport of gymnastics here. This team happens to be huddled around one of our microphones, so.
Trying to settle into that Maltese, turned up a little high, a little short on the hole. Teammates rallying him on. Again, shooting for some extremely difficult strength positions. Following up, pike Yamawaki. Front giant to fulfill the swing to handstand requirement. And a full twist double back that goes well short. Hopefully his legs are okay there.
Thankfully, does look okay.
And Arizona with another massive 2.5 twisting vault. A little bit down on the landing, maybe a little bit out of bounds. Hard to tell from this angle. But Arizona is throwing massive amplitude on vault.
And this is where Arizona is probably going to start sneaking away here at the West Conference. Is, they just had a phenomenal ring rotation. Now they're putting down vault after vault, and this is where they're going to start pulling far enough away. It's going to be hard to catch them after this rotation. Again, after this rotation, as we head back to Flight A in a minute, we'll give you a quick score update. There is a link in the chat. If you just open up your video, go down to the chat that is pinned at the top that has the score link right there, so you can just click on that, pull out your phone, look at it, or if you're watching this on a TV or a tablet or something, pull your phone out, scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you right to scorecat.com, and it'll show you exactly what we're looking at for scores.
Okay, Iowa is off on the pommel horse, taking their 30 seconds to re-prepare. Let's see if he's going to reattempt that Russian travel.
And this is so hard. We talk about it all the time. When you come off, you're given 30 seconds from when the judge decides that timer needs to start to put your head back together and get up and hit for your team just like that. It is so hard to do. Staying calm after you know you made a mistake, especially with the pressure of the team score fighting, or, on your shoulders. And this is just a phenomenal fight from Iowa right here. Get up to that handstand. Flies right up. What a fight back from Iowa.
Xavier Ang on the stone rings. Some smooth swing work. Pike Yamawaki, tuck Yamawaki. Both those skills devalued in the last code, however, receive a 1/10 bonus for connecting to a giant. We'll keep an eye out for that as we follow through the rest of these ring rotations this evening. Small balance check on the handstand. Restabilizes nicely. And a very well prepared landing. Tuck half-half, stuck landing, see the green flag from the judges.
And those sticks, man, they add up fast. So that's what you want to see right there. Head coach Hines, very excited about that one. Getting down to our last couple competitors here in Flight B, Rotation 3. We're about to be at the turn. If you play golf, when you switch from the front nine to the back nine, call it the turn. It's exactly what we're about to do right here. This is the halfway point of the competition. And the last three events I've always found are where things get really exciting. The first three events, guys are excited. They're hitting hard. They're doing well. But the last three is when they start looking at that scoreboard and coaches start making some interesting decisions and athletes start making some interesting decisions to just absolutely throw down to grab at that last tenth or two to try to move them around on the scoreboard or move them in qualification.
Texas continuing to put on a show on the floor exercise. Marcus Miranda is on the rings for SoCal United. As Jake Puri slightly struggles in that half survival. That's too bad. That was a very strong start to that routine on the pommel horse.
Wow, SCU has been doing something right on their ring strength. Kazarian right into a Maltese.
Miranda putting on a masterclass on strength. Now, for a lot of these strong guys, the hard part is coming up next as you get through these swings. Followed by some more impressive strength. 2 Maltese holds now.
And here it comes. This is what you were talking about. He's strong, but can he dismount?
Overcompensated on the landing a little bit.
Still some phenomenal work from SCU on rings. This is good to see. SCU is one of those teams that, they really kind of waver every year. Some years they're really strong, some years they're a little weaker, and this year they are on a build from last year. I know it was a big hit last year when they just missed the national championships and went into the Commissioner's Cup last year. So I think they're here really trying to put themselves into that national title fight, and they're going to do it with ring routines like that. The fall is not great, but you know, when you put up that much difficulty that clean, that fall is not the end of the world.
The potential is there for a monster of a rings rotation.
Absolutely.
He's got to get some of the bumps worked out in these next couple of weeks here.
And again, this is a qualifier. And that's what we're looking for, is just who's going to qualify where. That is the biggest thing.
And back to the floor exercise with Texas. Playing it safe, playing it clean. And in this sport, clean is king. Now, the few guys that are going to opt to do the single leg balance, the scales, he's done a very good job of showing it nicely. Beautiful back double full dismount, small hop on the landing. Texas Armadillos still with one athlete left on the floor exercise. This will be Chase Haske. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced that last name. Doing my best. Chase taking a moment to breathe before, and it looks like the judges are ready for him. Final routine of the first half of this competition. Opening the clean back 1.5. And a front fold, medium step out. And he's going to have to take a breath here and hopefully try to, so he's going to have to find another non-acrobatic element. Don't believe, okay, and there's the scale. So did not make the press to handstand. So without the scale there, he would have been down in element groups. That was a smart play by him. All right. Picking up a little bit of audio from his teammates.
Gotta love that.
So with that, we are officially halfway through tonight's competition.
So we'll wait for all the scores to come in. Take a little look-see, see how we're doing on that scoreboard. That's been real interesting to watch tonight.
I gotta say, it has not exactly panned out the way I was expecting.
But as you and I know, it's a long ways from over. That's one of the great things about this sport, is we can make all the predictions we want, but man, oh man, is it never over till it's over. I believe we're just waiting for that last score to come through. don't think we're waiting on any performances.
Gymnasts, please prepare yourself for competition.
All right, here we go. We are back to Flight A. All right, and this is going to be a fun one to watch. Wow, fun one to watch. Rocky Mountain has said their best event is rings. Let's see what they've got here. Starting off rotation number 3. All right, quick score update. Your top 3 teams are Arizona State with a 155.95. In second place, Bay Area with a 151.1. And Washington Men's Gymnastics with a 149.25. Iowa GymACT 142.6. Rocky Mountain 141.9. SCU in 6th place with a 141.4. Texas in 7th with a 137.2. And KCU with a 136.0.
Evan Frey from the Cody Myers from the Mavericks opening up the rotation on the still rings.
Let's work! Come on!
And a high-flying Kazumatsu vault from Austin Hopping from Washington.
It's a strong start for them. Definitely a little bit lower difficulty, but very little execution on that.
Fortunately, not following after his last name and putting down actually a very clean landing as well. Bandits getting ready to start on the parallel bars. This can be a very volatile event for them. We've got a couple guys attempting the free hip mount, and the consistency on that has fluctuated over the season. So we've got Joseph Conley preparing. Yeah, the Bandits, when they hit P-bars, they hit P-bars, but it can almost feel like a coin toss sometimes.
Right. And that's the name of the game with some of these higher flying events and higher flying, difficulty. When you hit, it's beautiful, but man, when you miss, it misses.
Vault number 2 down. That was Kelly Bateman.
Get after it, Caleb! Show it up now! You know this, Caleb! All day, let's work!
And Caleb Demarest on the rings.
Caleb, you know this! Get strong! Strong!
Teammates encouraging to get strong and get strong. He has so far.
It's one of my favorite things, just listening to the sport of gymnastics.
Come on, Caleb! Reset, you know this, Caleb!
So missed the handstand there, played it down to more of a Feld to L. So as I'm watching now, let's see.
Come on, Caleb, dig deep!
Is he going to reattempt that swing to handstand requirement? Yes, he is, and he's going to fall out of it.
Oof.
So he's going to get down and take his 30 seconds.
He's going to go over to head coach Garrison, get a plan together, make sure he knows exactly what he needs to do to mitigate this, because that's the name of the game right now, right? The mistake happened. The point is gone. Now what do you do to get back on the rings and fight back as many of those tenths as you possibly can? And a real easy way to do that is sticking the landing. So let's see what he can do. But again, getting back that 30 seconds just to calm down and be ready to go.
Zach Murray for Washington with a handspring pike half. Lower start value, and a little bit of execution in the air. We'll put up a decent score still.
Get it up! Up! Squeeze! Yeah, boy!
Rocky Mountain opting to pursue the swing to handstand successfully.
He's fighting back really well. You can hear his team still just not letting him give up on himself.
Come on! Work! Come on! Squeeze! Yeah! Nice, Caleb!
And a nice ending to top it off.
That's how you mitigate. That was a very, very good fight there from Rocky.
And that would be Ben Gum on the vault. Cause 1.5. Some broken lines in the air on the flight, so trading a little bit of execution for a higher start value. As well, we've got Chase Musman on the pommel horse. And a little bit of a fight into the dismount, but Kansas City taking their turn on the pommel horse. Again, pommels is the most volatile of the events that you guys are going to watch tonight. It is such a massive decider in the final score.
Absolutely. Championships are won and lost on high bar and pommel horse. Caught releases and horse sets that stay on are the two big ones, man. That's what it's going to take.
Preparing to vault, we've got Adrian Facundo. You see the hand mat set up, so we're preparing for a Yurchenko entry, round off onto the board, back handspring onto the table. Not going to see a lot of those tonight, but Adrian is a very quick twitch vaulter, very powerful. Should be seeing a double twisting Yurchenko.
We saw this at All-Stars a couple weeks ago. He was executed very well for the West. Let's see what he's got here tonight. There's that handspring entry, double twist. Just the big step back, but it stays right in bounds. That was phenomenally done.
And I feel a lot of Yurchenko vaulters tend to go pretty light and technical, not super heavy on the run, good even contact. Adrian pushed the table backwards when he made contact for it. He's for a Yurchenko vault, he's a very aggressive vaulter.
Absolutely.
And when he uses that power right, it's outstanding. May have gotten the better of him a little bit on the landing. Either way, that would be the most likely the most difficult vault Washington's putting up tonight.
And that's one of the interesting things is as these teams, go year in, year out, sometimes it is hard to hold on to vault lineup or pommel lineup. This should be, I believe it's Gavin Roby. Is that who is up right now?
It looks like it. Now, Gavin is showing correctly what it's supposed to look like when they show the open hand position on the rings in the cross position where you can actually see a straight line down the arm to the fingertips. A lot of guys try to show it and they end up cheating it. And so they're still taking that 1/10 deduction.
And I apologize, that was not Gavin Roby. I'm not quite sure who that was. That might have been Sam Lee, but I don't think that was our last one. I apologize. I believe what happened is they made a lineup change, and we did not get the updated lineup. So anyways, great, like you said, phenomenal ring strength, getting that hand all the way open, and, coming in for just a nice, clean, little bit lower level dismount with just the double tuck, but it's what Rocky needed. This is one of the hardest things about running a gymnastics meet is trying to keep these lulls from happening where there's no gymnastics going on. But it looks like we are mounting P-bars with Bay Area Bandits.
And this is Bryson Brandon.
We've been talking about him quite a bit tonight.
He's a strong incoming freshman for the Bandits. He's got a lot of difficulty, got some polishing to do, but the guy's got a lot of potential. Here we go, straddle 5-force throw.
Wow, that was big.
Hop half turn.
Nice big double tuck and a solid landing for the Bandits.
And Bryson's delivered a lot of big routines for the Bandits this season.
Yeah, he has. We're back on rings with Rocky Mountain. There's that cross pull out late in the game. Unbelievable.
Shoulder stand, rock handstand, and a stuck dismount.
That's a stick for Rocky Mountain. And man, we talk about the mental and emotional game that happens on the floor so much. How important was it for Rocky right there to get that hit? They started off with with kind of a disaster of a routine, not trying to pick on any athletes, but they started, with just a rough routine, which I don't care who you are, I don't care how long you've been doing this sport, man. Sometimes those just happen. You are more than prepared, and you just have a rough routine. But how important is it that they just fought back out of that as a team?
Now, the ability to rally as a team after a rough start to a rotation, again, it can make or break a team, a program. And so when you got the guys and the camaraderie is running high, and you can build and rebuild within your group like that, it's huge.
Absolutely. And, head coach Garrison and assistant coach Tabor, I know that's something that they've been working on a long time, is their team culture and really making sure that they can do that. And that's just a testament to the hard work that program has put in over the last couple of years to have one of those just uncharacteristic routines and then turn around and have a routine like that.
The parallel bars, the Bandits' fearless leader, William Pierce. Getting ready with, again, the Bandits have a lot of guys attempting the free hip mount. I know Will's been focusing really hard on getting his dialed in. Here he goes. And this is Gavin Roby for
the Mavericks. And he was also at the All-Star meet a couple weeks ago. This is a guy you want to watch for that there.
That was outstanding.
That unbelievable Azarian rolled iron cross, nice and flat. Back up rise right to the straight plunge. Another front up rise.
The flow of this routine so far has been exceptional. Complete locked arms on the giant, absolute control.
And here comes the interesting part. He suffered a knee injury a couple weeks ago, so he's dialing back a dismount, but he keeps it nice and clean with just a step back.
Now that was not the highest difficulty, excellent difficulty, not quite the highest, but by far probably the cleanest.
And here comes that mount from Will Pierce on P-bars that you were talking about, right to the center. Very, very well done. Tiniest bit of arch, but doesn't panic, stays on top of it. Very nice.
So Will has a lot of creativity, a lot of difficulty in this routine. Where he tends to lose it is the body line and the handstands can get away from him sometimes. So he's really been working hard on that. Been seeing it in person all season.
Very nice.
He's going to try to settle in here through the final half of his routine.
Right, it's such a mental game when you start having to fight that hard. Sometimes it's hard to finish strong, and Will has no problem with it, putting down that beautiful double tuck with just a small hop back.
Let's go, Sam! Come on!
Oh, the Mavericks are on rings because you can just hear them. All right. I believe this is Sam Lee, the final athlete for the Rocky Mountain Mavs. So listen in to his team, hyping him up, ready to hit another great routine.
Excellent open plan position.
Arm staying free of the straps. That's so important. Very difficult, but so important.
And the execution so far, he's fighting that handstand a little bit.
Come on, Sam. Way to stay calm. Finishing strong.
A little unsettled on the landing. Now, that was interesting, as from here, his control of the rings themselves, his arm positions were excellent. Just could not quite fight that handstand back from that open position into a line.
Right.
But the entire time he was fighting, he made sure he didn't have to break form anywhere he didn't absolutely have to.
Right. And that's what we were talking about earlier, just the ability to stay calm in that situation where he is just fighting with everything he's got to hold that line, and did such a phenomenal job of just staying calm, staying tight, and fighting to not fall and bringing it back strong. believe we have one more competitor from.
2 more competitors for the Bandits. Next one's going to be one to watch. Evan Hymanson.
Oh, Evan Hymanson on P-bars. All right, so up on P-bars from Bay Area.
So Evan, formerly a Nebraska and Stanford athlete, continuing his career with the Bandits.
So keep an eye on that parallel bar camera.
Peach half to handstand mount, a hair short, Peach to hand.
Again, just like we talked about with Will Pierce, he's got to settle in. Peach back tuck.
Called a Tahada.
Oh my gosh. I completely forgot that was coming. That was exciting.
There he goes.
So beautiful Bovzar. Funny enough, we're sitting about 30 feet from the inventor of that, Raj Bovzar, the current USA Gymnastics developmental and program director.
And here is a dismount I bet you don't see every day. Double tuck off the end of the bars. I've seen him do that up to a double-double.
Oh, man. That was a phenomenal routine. And this is one of the things I love about GymACT and the way it is structured is a lot of that you're not going to see in a lot of other competition formats. A lot of it is just not rewarded in other places. So when you see it here, it allows for that, you know, originality and that creativity, and it's just fun to watch. So we've got one more from Bay Area coming up. They've had a phenomenal P-bar rotation. Let's see if they can finish it strong with their final competitor.
You know, that's something that I'm really glad to see that is carried over from, because like I said, you and I competed mostly pre-GymACT, but being in on a club roster, you're right. You get to build your routines with a sense of freedom that you don't necessarily get to have all the time if you were to say be on an NC2A school. So being able to be on Washington's team and actually kind of build the gymnastics that I wanted to do, having that freedom, that creativity, I'm glad to see that has continued on into the GymACT scene.
Absolutely. And I mean, phenomenal gymnastics. Evan Hymanson, wow, is the only person I have ever seen compete the Tahada in person. You know, he's probably one of the only people in the country that can do it, and it's just phenomenal every time. I know we talked about it last year and the year before that, and every time we see it, it just blows my mind. All right, and I believe this is going to be Alexi.
Yes, Alexi again putting up an exhibition routine. So one of the several of the Bandits guys going for that all-around position. I believe the Bandits have a total of 5 all-arounders at this meet.
Wow.
5 guys competing all around.
So there's probably going to be between 10 and 15 guys in 2 weeks in Oklahoma trying to battle out for that guaranteed spot at U.S. Championships. And it's going to be a fun fight to watch. There's going to be a lot to watch here in 2 weeks in Oklahoma City. Again, if you are not subscribed to the GymACT YouTube channel, make sure you hit that subscription button, hit that bell notification so you know when we schedule a live. You're not going to want to miss any of this. And make sure you check out gymact.org for any way you can get involved and continue supporting great things in the sport of collegiate gymnastics. And this is how you know it was a good routine. The judges are really having a look at what Evan did. My guess is with some of that unique gymnastics, they're having to double-check values of skills and things like that. It's the job of a judge is unbelievably hard. You have to know so much, and you have to be able to do it so fast. So sometimes they notate it best they can, and then they go back and double-check all their notes to make sure that the score comes through appropriately, and that's what's happening right now. So it's going to take just a minute to score that routine. Anytime we see anything that unique, it's always going to take just a minute.
And as we lull, we've got Adrian Facundo talking to the live stream. Is there audio coming through those?
Well, I believe there is, and the funny thing is, I don't think they think they're talking to us. So
yeah, I think they think they're talking to their live stream. It's hard. There's so many phones out on the floor.
And of course, right as I was going to unmute, they walked away. All right, we are on P-bars right here with Bay Area, the final routine of the 4th competitive event for Flight A. There's that free hip mount. Little strut in the feet, but puts it right between the rails.
Yeah, that free hip mount seems to have worked. It's worked pretty darn well today for the Bandits.
Which is phenomenal. It is a risky move going to that 1 bar. Dion 1 1/4, little split in the feet.
See, Alexi's got a very good resting handstand position. He struggles to maintain that position through his turning skills.
but you see the potential is when he
That's
can figure out
exactly
how
what
to,
I was getting to, right.
Yep, big double tuck, and just the big step back. The Bay Area Bandits, man, they really blew up last year in my mind, and I was wondering with some of the members they had kind of floating on and off the team and doing different things in life. I was really curious to see how they look today, and they look phenomenal. They look like they're going to be in the national title fight, so we'll see how it all wraps up as we're finishing up rotation 4 for Flight A, and we're going to rotate to Flight B here in just a second. All right. Again, if you're looking for scores, you can either look in the chat just below this video. It is pinned, the link to get to scorecat.com and check out all the scores, or you can scan that QR code right there on your screen. I'm pretty sure if you're on a phone, you can tap on it. Your phone should be able to catch it to check out all the scores as it comes through from all your favorite athletes and favorite teams. We'd like to say thank you to ScoreCat. They're doing a bunch of stuff on the back end to try to help up the value of all of our streams and our presentations moving into next year. So keep an eye out for that, and make sure you download the app from your app store, either Google Play or the iPhone App Store, the Apple App Store, and subscribe to their subscription service. They're doing a lot of great things for the sport of men's gymnastics. So we just want to have a huge shout out to ScoreCat and thank them for all their hard work they're doing behind the scenes. All right, just waiting for that last score to kick in as we transition over to Flight B.
Competitive event. Flight B athletes at this time, please prepare for competition. Judges, when you are ready, please take control of your event.
Judges being given the go-ahead to take control of their events as we move on to the Texas Armadillos on the pommel horse, the final pommel horse rotation of the evening. Iowa GymACT moves on to the rings, SoCal United on the vault, and Arizona on the P-bars.
Arizona's kind of on a burner right now. They've had a great 2 rotations, and P-bars is another one that I would say they're very similar to Bay Area. If they hit, they're going to be hard to beat, but it means that they've got a lot of difficulty in there that could also bite them. So it'll be interesting to watch that. SCU starting with a beautiful Kazamatsu. That's a full twisting backflip off the hands and done right down the middle with just the smallest hop. Again, SCU starting very similar to how Washington did in this last rotation, just nice and clean on that first vault to lock in what we call a safety score. So when one of your bigger vaults doesn't quite go as planned, you still have a nice clean score in the back pocket. All right, looks like a few of the judging panels are dealing with some inquiries and some questions. And just an update, we have held well over 100 people watching this all night long. So everyone that says, men's gymnastics is dying in this country, it was, but it is being revived here in Galveston, Texas, at the Galveston Island Convention Center here for 2026 GymACT Western Conference Championships as SCU puts down another beautiful full twisting vault right down the middle of the landing.
Here we go on the pommel horse for Texas. Some clean leg work getting into the circles now.
And I believe this is Will Howard up on P-bars. Beautiful straddled 1 1/4 from Arizona.
Connected from Moy support, is that what I saw?
Yep, it was a B Moy support, so a little bit lower difficulty, but very well done. Back up rise handstand there.
P-bars has always been one of my favorite events to watch through any conference.
A little short of the handstand there on the Dion.
See the variation in routine construction. You see so many different guys doing so many different styles of gymnastics. Huge double front dismount.
Iowa on rings. Wow, I don't know how he caught that. He rolled into that Maltese position so fast. I thought for sure he was going to roll through. Fighting up to that handstand. You can hear his team in the background.
Come on now. Work it out. Come on, Aiden.
We've seen a lot of giants going off through the back
Just
today.
arching out. Guys trying to get, trying to find that perfect handstand and just leaving their toes too far in front of the ring tower and arching out. And again, 30 seconds. You've got to put that behind you. And we watched Rocky Mountain do this in the last rotation. Sorry, ADOG, attention deficit O gymnastics. That was a huge, what's called an Nakopian. It's a backflip with 2 twists off the vault table for SCU. But as I was saying, we watched Rocky do this in the last rotation. Let's see if Iowa can do it just as well. All right, deep breath. Coach Nolan helping him back up onto the rings. Let's see where he decides to pick up. Again, Coach Nolan would have asked to find out if he got credit for that swing to handstand. I'd be kind of shocked if the judges gave it to him. Looks like they didn't. Oh, he's moving on to his dismount.
So he did do the front giant, so he has hit the element group at least. So it was probably the safe play for him to move on and just get the routine through. This is Bryce Cannon for Texas Armadillos on the pommel horse. Texas off to a little bit of a rough start. That was an outstanding follow-up to make up some ground.
Absolutely, and everyone here should be using a 5-up, 4 count. So one rough routine is not the end of the world. All it does, unfortunately, though, is put pressure on the rest of your lineup. So we're getting distracted by things being done in Flight A as they're warming up.
Oh, we've got an exciting rotation coming
But we won't. Wow, okay, that's going to be fun to watch in a minute. People always laugh when I say this on air, but ADOG, it's like ADHD, but attention deficit O gymnastics. Definitely just happened to both of us. We had a little bit of a lull in Flight B, and both of our heads just slowly turned to Flight A. There's going to be some fun stuff to watch, so make sure you keep it right here.
It's hard to do when there's so much good stuff happening around and you only have 2 eyes, and for most of us, they both face the same direction, so.
All right, let's see what's going on over here. Flight B. Waiting for P-bars here. All right, Dillos are taking the pommel horse. Some nice swing work here. Try a new thing, we're gonna say it quietly. All right, what do we got for vault over there from SCU starting to get hyped up? Here we go. Yurchenko entry. Beautiful. Full twist, getting it done before he was even upside down.
Only a full twist, but the completion of the twist happened almost before vertical. The extension when he finished the twist was exceptional. So
I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that.
The execution was phenomenal.
That was amazing.
That was beautiful.
I mean, he really did get that twist done before he was even all the way upside down. And, you know, the other thing I noticed, I whispered about pommel horse and Texas Armadillos hit. So maybe that's our trick. We can't talk about pommel horse, but maybe we can whisper about it.
Stutz from, I believe this is Sam Walker from Arizona.
Yes, this is Samuel Walker Jr.
He missed the opening skill of his routine. The body of it was amazing. The middle of his routine was exceptional.
And Samuel Walker Jr., I can't remember if he's a sophomore or a junior, second or third year on the team, but when he came to the college program, he was all about just doing the biggest tricks he possibly could, but he really struggled with his execution, and he stayed coachable, and that was so important for him as his coaches pulled back on the difficulty a little bit, got really clean, and it is showing tonight at Western Conference Championships. He's doing a phenomenal job, and he's somebody we're going to look out for to be on the podium on his events at Nationals in 2 weeks.
You know, my college self probably could have learned something from that, because I was like him, but I was not, coachability was not my thing.
Oh, if we could all go back to being, 20 years old. Phenomenal routine there from Iowa on still rings. Again, Iowa's rallying just like Rocky Mountain did. And I think that's, we're seeing more of these teams being able to rally, and I think it's the community. As GymACT grows, these guys, even when their team is struggling, there's so much energy in the room, there's so many more spectators than there used to be, that the energy in the building is enough to really bring you back, and it's hard to kind of stay out in your own head and stay in that negative headspace. So phenomenal job from Iowa to bounce back like they are. And just for fun, it's going to be very interesting to see whose stream stayed stronger throughout this entire competition. Because I believe we hit somewhere around 120 people watching Easterns at one point. I think the spike here on Western's only been about 117. We're at 112 right now. So if you've got a phone near you that's not watching, click that thing open for us. Let's make sure the best of the West stays. You know what I'm saying? All right. I kid, of course, but we are back on still rings with Iowa.
Alexander Riley on the rings.
Here we go.
Lowering down to cross. Good level hold. Small check in the elbows on the way up to a solid handstand. And there's a well-landed jump. Here he goes to the dismount.
Can he put it down?
Yes, he can.
Green flag is up. That is a stuck dismount for Iowa.
Yes, sir. Throw your shirt. Throw your shirt.
All right. You know, these guys have been here a little over 3 hours at this point, so it's really hard to keep that level of energy up. But Iowa is bringing the heat on still rings. It's going to be really fascinating to see where we land right here after this rotation.
Texas breaking the lull as they put off Rafe. Looks like we got a small adjustment in the lineup here. Wow. Full care. That is a full 360-degree turn on a single arm, on a single pommel. Fighting through the Russian travel a little bit. Continue to fight through. And the dismount goes up and down. There was a pommel routine. A little bit of execution there on the second half. But an impressive finish to something of a rough pommel horse rotation for Texas.
They definitely had a lot of potential there. Everything they were doing on the equipment looked really good. It's just going to come down to staying on, and that's just the name of the game on pommel horse.
I apologize, that was Tyler Davidson for the Texas Armadillos. Rafe Schaffner is here on the rings. For Iowa. Okay, we have athletes remaining on 2 events here on the B side. Isaiah Malay is on the P-bars for Arizona. And Jake Corey is the final competitor on the steel rings for Iowa. Straight plant and a nice open cross position. Lower down to back lever. Back giant lands well. That's 2 strong giants, 2 solid handstands, double back dismount, small hop. Jake Corey on the rings.
Looks like we're waiting for Isaiah Malay on parallel bars for Arizona State. See what we got here from Isaiah. This could be an absolute bruiser here. Back up rise to handstand.
Peach to hand, little bit elbows, little bit arch. Settles into a solid Yamanov. Full spin on one arm to support, Healy. And a massive stuck double pike dismount.
Phenomenal routine for Isaiah.
Arizona with 1 athlete remaining now, Elliott Foster.
His starts a 5-all.
Some great gymnastics being done. Not a lot of inquiries on the judging side as far as I can see, which means the judges are really taking their time to make sure these scores are correct, and that's huge. I can't tell you how many times a championship level meet like this gets super dramatic because a judge rushed through or felt rushed. So we want to say thank you to all the judges in today's competition for making sure they're taking the time, knowing the rules, and providing an accurate judgment. So huge shout out to all of our judges. I think they do not get enough credit for how difficult it is because these routines are so fast and there's so much the judges have to do in that short amount of time. So huge shout out. All right, again, we're just waiting for Elliott Foster. I believe this is an exhibition set and an all-around set, so it's not going to qualify for, or it's not going to count for their team score. That's how he's trying to qualify into national championships as an all-arounder to take a shot at that guaranteed spot at U.S. championships later in August. There could be some really interesting results at the end of this rotation. We're going to wait and keep our eye out. Make sure all the scores are in before we really talk about it. But there's going to be a brawl here in these last couple of rotations. All right, just waiting for that final P-bar routine. All right, we're getting down into, here we go. We got Elliott taking the P-bars again, trying to qualify to that all-around spot at national championships in a couple of weeks.
Right, front toss from upper arm swing to handstand.
Very nice, also known as a Yamawaki or a whippet. Elliott's got strong long attitudinal swing work like that in support.
I'm actually... How certain are we that Elliott isn't in the original? Because this is an exceptional routine.
Yeah, as I said it, I'm wondering, I would be shocked if head coach Evan doesn't have him in this P-bar lineup. This must be their last guy on P-bars. We're checking.
You know what? Counting now, this is man number 5.
Okay, so this is counting for their team score.
That would have been shocking. This is so far. That was an exceptionally well done routine.
Wow. Have that kind of depth, to have that as your 7th man would be crazy. So phenomenal job from Elliott there, and I believe that was the final routine of the rotation. So in just a moment, we'll make sure that score comes through before we read off the scores for you. Again, if you're looking for scores, scan that QR code on your screen, go to the chat, click the link, or go to scorecat.com and go to Texas and look for GymACT Western Conference Championships 2026, and you can keep track of your favorite athletes and your favorite teams as we head into rotation number 5.
And this, for me, has been the most anticipated rotation of the evening. You're going to watch high bar on both sides.
Yeah.
We've got Bay Area Bandits on side A, and of course Arizona State moving to the high bar on side B.
This is going to be an exciting rotation. I saw some phenomenal things going on vault, some great things going on. I mean, during warm-up, like we said earlier, we were getting
peaking.
We were getting
So we've
distracted.
gotten a little bit of a spoiler.
So
won't spoil anything for you guys.
If you think this is the time to take a bathroom break, you better run. That's all I'm saying. If you're in the bathroom right now and you can hear the TV outside, you better hurry, because this is going to be an exciting rotation of gymnastics as we head into the top of the 5th rotation here at the 2026 Western Conference Championships. You know, the interesting thing, Bay Area Bandits' first athlete has been standing under the high bar for probably 10 minutes at this point. So it's going to be fascinating to watch, because one of the things we talk about is icing out, or icing yourself out, is when you stand there and you wait just too long before your routine, you kind of psych yourself out. All right, I think we're just waiting for our final score, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to Gym A. You see Bay Area's first guy standing under high bar there.
And that would be Christian Reynolds.
He's been there for a while. He is hyped up and ready. His warm-up looked great.
Christian's put a lot of work in every event. I mean, I, of course, work with the Bandits some here and there, and Christian Reynolds has got to be one of the most dedicated athletes I've ever met. The guy will either train or bike to make it to the team practices every single weekend without fail.
That's phenomenal, especially because I know his developmental coach or his junior coach, I guarantee, is watching this live stream right now. So it's always, both of us are coaches in the junior program, and it's always nice to hear when a kid leaves your program and goes on to college that some of those character traits stick with. And Christian's been a fun guy to watch. When he first joined the Bandits, he was kind of, I don't know how to say this,
the Bandits has given him so much room to grow. He's grown into himself.
Unbelievably, very well said. And when we first got there, he was scraping by just to get to compete. He wasn't where he needed to be, and it's been incredible to watch over the last couple years. Every year I am unbelievably shocked by this athlete right here, and that's what it's about, right? He's still showing that potential, that growth, which means he wasn't done his senior year in high school, and that's why, honestly, that's why we're sitting here, right, Carl? That's because, when that's why we do this.
That is
for guys like Christian.
That is the mission statement for GymACT, I feel like.
Absolutely. When guys, there are so few few opportunities after high school that,
because you don't know how many guys miss out on opportunities because there are so few roster spots, and they can grow into phenomenal athletes if given the chance. We don't want to see any athlete lose that chance.
Absolutely. And that's what we're going to watch right here as Christian takes to the high bar from Bay Area. Let's see what he's got here.
Vault catch. Kip cast a front grip here.
Ooh, little trip on his left hand there, but stayed calm and hit it very nicely. Wow, I see what you mean by putting in work. This execution is so much better already. More basic set, but super clean. Strong double tuck.
He's been working hard on his double tuck dismount too. He's actually, even in practice, was working on twisting it already. So, good hit routine to open up the high bar rotation for the Bandits with more to come.
Phenomenal to see that kind of thing happening.
Kansas here on the rings. Kip to L, Kip to support.
Definitely a little bit of a struggle. Let's see what we've got as we continue through this routine. Good. Looks like staying calm and confident on the rings, as we've been talking about. That's so important. And that was a stuck front full from the Twisters. And that's where they get their name. A little bit of a rough start, but such a strong finish for Kansas City.
Austin hopping is, oh, excuse me, no. Where am I? There we are, I was right. Austin hopping on the P-bars for Washington, and moving over to vault. Looks like we've got Jacob Krebs.
I actually believe this is Cody.
Oh, is this vault number 2?
Yes, that was their second vault, so it was Cody Myers.
I'm trying to watch from behind a column of balloons. It makes it very difficult to see over there.
And as I mentioned before, normally when you watch, NC2As or anything like that, it is handled by an unbelievably large production team, and it really is just Carl and I here. So thank you all for your patience and leaving comments when we miss something. It's something that hopefully you guys, as you've watched year in and year out, I feel like it's getting better every year. That's our goal, because all we want is to bring you the best possible presentation of the gymnastics right to your living rooms, your offices, or your hotel rooms, wherever you're watching from, and hopefully you're getting a great feel like you're almost here. So again, I got to keep plugging it. If you want to find out how to get involved, go to gymact.org and find out how you can help keep things like these live streams continue to get better as the league progresses. Huge pike to Tkachev from the Bandits.
Should be seeing a connection here. Tkachev, Ginger. Alexei loves to load up his routine with releases. And his catch rate, his success rate on his flight skills is near perfect.
Kansas City is back on the rings. Full twisting double tuck. Just a small hop. That was beautiful. Wow, what a save from Kansas City. Fell out of that straddle planche and still managed to push the Giant up. Catching his breath. Again, we've talked about it all night. The big thing here is he's got to stay calm.
Double tuck dismount. For a second there, it almost looked like those feet were going to stay put. He dug into the floor really hard.
That was a great fight. Rocky Mountain a little close to the table there, got onto it a little early, but stayed calm. You could see as he came over the top, he looked at the end of the table, knew to keep his head down, and mitigated. So many people would have panicked in that situation. Rocky is having a phenomenal night here. Like we've been talking about, that scoreboard is getting tighter and tighter by the day. All right, I apologize. I was just talking to our GymACT commissioner. He's kind of like the operations manager in a corporation. I apologize. I've been saying that top 3 from today's competition are going to nationals. It is actually the top 4 from Easterns and Westerns are going into the national title fight, and the bottom 4 are going into Commissioner's Cup. So we will have an 8 versus 8 battle when we get to national championships in 2 weeks.
We've got no shortage of guys to watch. We've got Bryson Brandon on the high bar for the Bandits. Rocky Mountain on the vault.
And Washington's taken to the P-bars. We've got 3 amazing routines. Let's check out Rocky Mountain first.
There's a big vault.
To just the tiniest hop. I definitely thought he was going to stick. Free at mount for Washington, going right between as a straddle caution for Bay Area.
And that was far, far short on the Ginger.
Wow, there's a lot happening.
And it's a hard connecting releases. When that first release catches too close, you lose all of the swing that you're supposed to be using to get into that second one. I mean, that was almost beneath the bar still.
Absolutely. And you have to wait for the second bounce of the bar when you go to connect, but when you catch that close, there almost isn't a bounce of the bar. Washington putting up a phenomenal P-bar routine. Kansas City, kip to handstand. As Bay Area remounts high bar. Kip to L. Here we go. Big dismount from Bay Area on high bar. Double twisting, double lay. Just pikes it in. You saw him look at the ground, and this is such a common mistake. He looks at the ground, try to put his toes under his eyes. But as you're flipping, when you do that, you end up in a big pike position and sit it back almost every time.
I always tell my junior guys, you got to learn how to spot by feel, not by sight. Because when you go by sight, it is so common to overcompensate and scoop those feet underneath you.
Yep. And if you're going by sight, you've got to trust to leave the hips open.
And that was it. I know that's a late upgrade for Bryson. A lot of routines this year, he's been throwing just a nice, simple double lay. He has a beautiful double layout.
Wow.
Got to get a little bit more time
for
that dismount. I can see it happening maybe next season a little bit more consistently.
Upgraded 2 twists in the middle of the season. That's pretty impressive. All right, Rocky Mountain.
Whoa! Flying off that table.
When did Rocky Mountain get a 2.5? Who was that?
We are looking at either Jackson Corwin or Sam Lee.
I believe that was Sam Lee. It's hard to see from all the way across. We're watching everybody, but I'm 90% sure that was Sam Lee. It looks like there isn't anybody on the end of the runway getting ready to go, so that must have been Sam Lee. That was incredible. That was a beautiful 2.5. He just wanted the stick so bad. He stuck his feet out in front of him just a little too far. Looks like he might have hypered the knees a little bit, but he's jogging back, so glad to see him okay. After some of those landings, it can be just a little scary. All right, Carl just pointed it out, nudged me and pointed. There's a lot of great gymnastics about to happen, but we have got to talk about this high bar routine. I don't care how many times or how long you've been watching gymnastics, unless you were watching gymnastics back in probably the early 70s, you haven't seen this high bar routine in a long time. So keep an eye. They are your, top right camera. This is a head coach for Bay Area Bandits, who also competes for them, pulling that double duty, William Pierce. He is also a phenomenal part of GymACT on the organizational level. Does a lot of the proposals and stuff. As KCU and Washington take to rings and P-bars.
Now that's an interesting combination. Front uprise, settle into Maltese. That was neat.
Like I said, Kansas City they've been around longer than most people realize. Just took them a little while to get going, but they are building some steam for sure.
Building some strength right around.
You hear Washington going nuts after that beautiful P-bar routine.
Washington having themselves an absolute monster of a P-bar rotation. And
All
here
right.
goes Will Pierce.
This we want to watch. Here we go. Double hop, known as a cow hop. Adler half into a huge, very close to laid out Ginger, into a straddle cut, so he doesn't get the direction change. Stooped into what are called Czech giants or German giants.
Straddle cut out.
Which at NEIGC Nationals, he competed in the Omnithon, which means I believe he competed in the decathlon, which is 10 events, men's and women's, and competed that on a women's bar set. This is what I love about Will, is he just loves gymnastics, man. Here we go.
Dismount, upgrade. Oh, okay, he played it safe. He's been training the layout. Decided to go for the tuck, play it safe, go for the stick. Absolutely worked out for him.
And it worked. That was awesome. Phenomenal routine there for the Bandits.
And as the other teams wrap up, that leaves 2 more competitors on the high bar.
And everyone watching at home, I was going to yell at you. We were down below 100 people, and we're back up to 105. So thank you all for sticking it out. The competition format does make it just a little bit longer, but it is so much better for the athletes, and we're seeing that in the performances here tonight. So we want to say thank you for everybody for sticking it out with us and watching some incredible gymnastics and supporting everything we're trying to do here as part of the GymACT media team. So again, if you're looking for scores, scan that QR code or tap the link in the chat below as we're watching Washington on the parallel bars mounting with a beautiful peach to handstand into a zero deduction Diamondov, a little short of that Stutz.
Now, this, Everett O'Donnell, I believe this is. And what an amazing body line this guy has. Unfortunately short on the dismount, and that is a bummer. No, I apologize, that is not. Connor Linford, we have one more remaining after him. Again, I apologize from our angle, it is difficult to see who is up next in the lineup. But Connor's line and his handstands were just absolutely exceptional.
Unbelievable. All right, waiting for just the last couple competitors here. Rotation 5, Flight A, or top of the 5th. And this is where it's going to get interesting. Like I said, you know, these guys, they come in and they're staying strong and they're playing safe. But at this point, you know, they've been here for 3.5, 4 hours, and they're really ready to fight, especially if they're in that 4th, 5th place range or that 3rd, 4th range, you know, just off the podium somewhere. This is where it turns into a dogfight. All right, is this Evan Heimnenson on high bar for the Bandits?
Indeed.
All right, we watched the incredible Wittenberg from him last year. Are we going to see it today?
I think that we're doing something a little bit safer today. You're going to see a good stoop half.
As Washington puts up another beautiful free hit mount.
High flying to Kachev, beautiful extension. This is now Everett O'Donnell on the parallel bars. And Everett is a monster with his support work on P-bars.
Yeah, he is. As Evan is just putting on a clinic here on high bar. Those Ogre Giants. A front 1.5 off P-bars. Haven't seen that in a long time. Big dismount from Evan. Beautiful double layout. That was a great routine for the Bandits.
You know what's funny is that is a, you know, what I would consider a watered down, the guy was doing a triple pike last year, watering down the dismount. Somehow, I think the triple pike was cleaner.
I actually think so too, because in preparation for today, I went back and looked at some stuff from last year's broadcast, and he almost stuck that triple pike. In fact, I can very vividly remember our perch last year at Western Conference Championships. We were right in front of the high bar landing, and we both went dead silent as he came, like right as he hit. We both held our breath because we thought he was sticking. So I definitely understand, you know, keeping it watered back a little bit. Tonight's not about winning. Tonight's about qualifying through and helping make sure your team qualifies through. So keeping things that are a higher risk, like that triple pike in the back pocket, definitely not a bad play at all.
And we are left with one routine left on Flight A, an exhibition routine on the high bar from Flynn Grenstam.
I don't know if you heard that in the background. People are calling out. It's getting a little quiet. Like I said, these guys have been here for a long time, and they're giving everything they've got. So it's hard to keep that energy up. It's getting a little late, but let's see what they've got as we're headed to the bottom of the 5th after this exhibition high bar routine here. All right, here we go. Bay Area taking to the high bar. It's always a good sign when you see a coach holding a mat there. It means we're going to see some high-flying releases. It's called a Winkler full twisting front layout.
It's been interesting seeing how many more guys have been attempting that release move since I think Brody Malone sort of famously kind of introduced a new technique for it that's a little bit irregular on the throw, but since he's done that, I have seen so many more guys throwing Winkler, successfully doing the Winkler.
And
it's an impressive release move.
I actually believe Brody got that from a training camp with, I want to say it was the Japanese national team. And I have seen the technique. I have watched the drills. I've even had a few athletes try it. It is funky, but you're right. It opened people's eyes to a unique release that we haven't seen in a long time. So I'm here for it. You see a lot more guys going for it, and that's awesome.
Now, I'm of a mixed opinion on it. I don't know if I'll necessarily bring that up here. We're going to sit here, I think, wait for Finn to wrap up his set.
Okay, he's back on the bar, and again, we've talked about this a lot. After that fall, it's so hard. He's got to stay calm. There's still a mat on that
now,
landing,
the big
so we're
thing
going to
is,
see.
yeah, so he's going to have to put in a replacement release move with a nice safe Tkachev, a little bit of bent arms out.
Yep, but when you miss your first release, it's always in the back of your mind, am I going to miss my second? Full twisting double tuck, very nicely done. All right, as we're waiting for that final score to come in, we'll kick it over to Gym B here. Looks like we lost camera, so I'm going to run over and see if I can get that back for us.
Now, we've got some good stuff coming over here on the B side. Arizona State, of course, on the high bar. Iowa, I saw warming up some absolutely tremendous vaults. That's going to be exciting. We've got Texas Armadillos on the still rings, and to see some good stuff from them, and SoCal United on the P-bars. Flight B has been giving the go-ahead to begin competition. Texas Armadillos taking to the rings. We've got SoCal United on the parallel bars. Excellently performed Diamanov. This is Dylan Schaefer from SoCal. Stutz handstand, some balance checks. Every one of those extra hand placements is going to cost a 10th. And a good clean start from Texas on the rings. And Dylan wrapping up P-bar as well. That was vault number 1 from Iowa. Very well executed, very clean, and the difficulty only goes up from here. Iowa's going to have themselves a vault rotation. I'm going to call it right now. Big double-double laid out off of the high bar from Arizona State. Large step out. I know I say this several times each time I get the chance to do these live streams, but Arizona State does an excellent job of setting a standard of difficulty across all of their events. Nobody does more, big releases and big dismounts, but across all of their events. Arizona State has got to be the top difficulty performing team here tonight. Parker Mueller on the vault for Iowa. Yurchenko back 1.5. Slight crouch and a step out. Tristan Reyna is on the rings for Texas Armadillos.
It was interesting. It looks like he might have fallen out of that handstand, but I'm not sure he covered it so well. As Kamari Thomas is on high bar for Arizona State. It's a fun time for me. Again, this is an athlete I had the extreme pleasure of working with as a junior, and he is one of the cleanest athletes, and this is what he's known for. His dismount is gorgeous in the air. And just pikes it down a little bit, but he did so much work on that dismount. It's always fun to see it up there.
The execution in flight was outstanding.
And that's what Kamari is known for. He's consistent and he is clean. Just continuing to work on pushing difficulty a little bit, try to make more lineups than just high bar. All right, Iowa coming in strong on vault here. Huge double full, known as an Acopian. Just a chest down and a big step to the side. But in the air is a beautiful execution. It's going to really help Iowa stay in the fight.
Now, if their warm-ups are anything to judge off of, that was the first of 3 vaults that will have a double twist or more.
And that, like we were talking about earlier, it is a great place to find that difficulty, but it takes a long time to develop. All right, back on the rings with the Armadillos.
Some nice support work on the parallel bars from, I believe, Xavier Ng.
Nice giant to handstand there.
Back double pike dismount, little short. Step and a hop out. Some solid difficulty from Xavier. SoCal United's put down some good routines tonight.
They absolutely have. Like we said, they're a team that, because their format every year is a little different as to where they're going to be on depth, but they're definitely looking stronger than they were last year at this competition.
And there was Rafe Schaffner on vault with a cause 1.5, 2.5 twists in the air. Of everything that Iowa has done tonight, their vault rotation so far has by far been the most impressive. And they're not done yet. Arizona State putting on a show on the high bar. They zoom in, one of my favorite high bar skills. Single arm giant, full spin down, full spin up. Straddle Tkachev. And a massive double-double. I said, I think we've seen 3 of those from Arizona tonight in 3 routines.
Arizona is definitely having a great night because you know Minnesota's probably a good chunk of the guys on this stream right now checking out their competition, because that's kind of what everyone's expecting the title fight to be between, is Minnesota and Arizona. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody else isn't going to come in out of nowhere and sneak a pot shot off on one of them, or one of them has a bad day. Like we've been talking about, the difficulty depth in GymACT is getting better and better every year. So these top superpowers really can't rely on being a superpower. And oh my gosh, that Yurchenko double full, which the direction, you can see the team rushing the landing, that was incredible. Who was that?
That was Max.
Rakut. He, I believe, won GymACT All-Stars for the West
And
on
I
vault.
can see why. Now
Wow.
that vault starts 4/10 lower than the one previous. However, the execution was basically second to none. It was gorgeous.
Absolutely incredible. The direction
The
off
preparation
the
for the landing, he was done with the twist with more than 90 degrees left into the landing. That was exceptional.
and a big double-double there for the Armadillos on rings.
Texas has shown some good stuff on rings today.
Another team that has been around for a long time, but just took a long time to catch on. Isaiah Malaya starting
And
with
now that was, I don't want to say it's disappointment. Isaiah has this year competed that same release move with a full twist called a Wallstrom. One of my favorite release moves of all time. Was hoping to see it tonight.
he probably
He's
also
probably
has
keeping it in the bag for natties.
one of the best ones out there. Unfortunately, our tech failed us during the intro. The intro had his Wallstrom in it. And that's a stuck double-double from Arizona State.
The landing will make up for it.
That's absolutely it. That was unbelievable.
Looking forward to seeing if he'll upgrade that for nationals, because I really do. He has an exceptional Wallstrom.
Head coach Evan Shaw definitely really excited about that, as he should be. Arizona State is having a great night. This bodes really well for them in 2 weeks.
All right, moving into the final couple of athletes of rotation 5, flight B.
Got some incredible gymnastics being done. As I said, we'll give you another score update going into rotation number 6. After rotation number 6, we're not going to say a word. You're going to make you wait for awards. We've got a great presentation of awards for you. Hopefully it's nice and clear. You can hear everything. It's been one of the struggles we've had as a media team in the past. I think we've got a great, as long as we all say a quick prayer to the tech gods and everything works the way it should, we should have a fantastic presentation of that. And the Armadillos putting
Bryce
up
Cannon from
oh
Texas.
my gosh.
Holy smokes.
could have put a cup of coffee on his shoulder blades. I mean, look at that, just completely flat. End of the straight plunge, definitely strong in that position. Bailing right to the handstand. I love that connection.
That strength is giving a little bit of Riley Luce vibes almost.
A little bit. You can hear his teammates in the background there.
Nice half dismount. Well, that was a heck of a way to finish that rotation. That was outstanding.
That was beautiful.
Oh, man.
Like I said, the Armadillos took a little while to catch on, but they got a new head coach. JT Fletcher has been in the Texas area for a long time. He's doing a great job of recruiting, and I can't wait to see what they do in the coming years.
Nice stutz to handstand from Morgan Stump from SoCal United.
And this is Elliot Foster on high bar. Keep an eye on that high bar camera. We've been talking about him a lot tonight. He's got a big high bar routine here. Full Takamoto, straight to handstand. He's going to do the same thing at a half. And here we go. This is where it's going to get fun.
I know that tap. There's a Coleman.
Coleman right on the bar.
Second Coleman of the evening. And that was a flying one. Beautiful straddle Tkachev, 10 times better than Pike.
And here we go, winding up for a big dismount. What do we got? Elliott double twisting, double lay. Just pikes it in
5
with some
routines,
stumble backs.
5 double doubles, straight. We'll take that.
Starting to think they work for in and out. Sorry, got to make the bad jokes.
I got to say how grateful I've been that tonight I have probably seen a 3-to-1 ratio of straddle Tkachevs to Pike Tkachevs.
Absolutely, the pike just. I love a good pike.
The only good Pike Tkachev is a straight Tkachev, and I will fight anybody anywhere on that.
That I've never heard that saying. That's pretty darn good. But unfortunately, the way that the straight Tkachev is now judged, it's almost impossible to get credit. Now, tonight, we haven't seen a single one that I have thought credit or not. We've only seen a couple, but they have been really, really good. And Arizona State is just having a great night. And the Texas Armadillos here on rings, I believe this is going to be their last competitor. maybe they're second to last. This looks like it is Alex.
Now, I thought that maybe Bryce had gone before him. I think we maybe have those last 2 guys shuffled in rotation.
Okay. But anyways, the Armadillos have definitely put up a lot of work on rings. Let's see what they've got here. What looks like their final routine of the evening. Very nice.
Good attempt at an open hip position on the planche, keeping good stability on the handstands. Always a place where a ring routine can just lose so much is in the handstand holds. And when you start balance checking, if you do not get that under control quickly, there are just tense and tense and tense that leak out of those handstand positions.
Absolutely. All right, that concludes Flight B for rotation number 5. We are headed into the 6th and final rotation for Flight A. This is where it is all on the line. Everything can be, everything can change right now. The 6th rotation can do so much for the scoreboard. All right, I believe we have all the scores in, at least confidently enough to read off the top 4. Arizona State, we've been saying, just having the night of their lives at a 260.8 already, headed into a strong event of theirs. Bay Area, honestly kind of a shocker to me. I did not expect them to be sitting where they're sitting. They are in second at a 252.9. They have had a phenomenal evening, and they've definitely earned that spot. Washington men's gymnastics hanging out in third at a 250.85. So Bay Area and Washington's going to be a tight battle. See who can take that second place. It's going to be hard for any of them to catch Arizona, that's for sure, but it's going to be close. Back at fourth, we're looking at a 246.65 from Iowa. Fifth, Rocky Mountain, 244.25. That's going to be the battle to watch. Iowa versus Rocky Mountain to see who's going in to Commissioner's Cup and who's going into the national title fight. SCU in sixth place, 242.5. Texas Armadillos, 229.25. And Kansas City at a 215.15. We are on high bar with Washington. Full twisting double leg. Oh, and just pikes it in.
We've seen that a couple of times tonight where I think it's you fall into the trap of you try to spot the ground too early, and as whether you know it or not, the moment you spot the ground, you are bringing your legs and pulling your feet around to find the floor that you're spotting, and it is so easy to overcompensate and pike through on that.
Especially when you have the height. That dismount was massive. That bar is roughly 9 feet off the ground. It's about 10 feet off the concrete, but about 9 feet off the mats. And his toes are probably another 1.5 feet above that. That means his head is 15 feet off the ground when he's looking at the ground. And it's so easy for guys, like you said, to spot it early and just try to rush to the ground and not realize they've got 15 feet to fall and just leave the hips open to stay on their feet. All right, Rocky Mountain, like we said, Rocky Mountain versus Iowa here. Rocky Mountain's on P-bars as Iowa is headed to P-bars after them. So it's going to be close. Let's see what happens here with Rocky on P-bars. Oh, Kansas City putting up a beautiful Kazamatsu. Thought he was going to stick and just takes the smallest hop back, but Rocky Mountain answers with a beautiful stuck double tuck for that dismount.
Now we've got Will Pierce on the floor for the Bandits. Bandits, I'm going to say I actually am not as surprised as you are that they are holding the spot that they are, given their performance at Westerns and Nationals last year. However, finishing on floor is not a strong event for them compared to the kind of difficulty you've seen from the other teams. They're going to play it clean, play it safe for the most part here.
And this is a fascinating routine
Will's got
construction.
a funky floor pattern. Yeah, I wasn't going to spoil that, but it's interesting.
You're only allowed to use a diagonal twice in a row. Well, no one said you can't use a side more than twice in a row. And that's what I love about Will Pierce.
That was a beautiful high straddle picache for Washington.
Kansas City putting up a beautiful cause, just piking it in.
Right. Washington has upped their dismount game across a lot of their events, but especially high bar recently. It's good to see more D value dismounts or higher trying to get, because up to an E value, gaining difficulty in dismounts gets you it double stacks. So you're getting the 10th for the skill, and you get another 10th for the element group, up to 5 tenths. So there's a lot to be gained from making sure you're hitting those dismounts. That's where Arizona State makes up so much.
Absolutely.
Makes up so much of their score.
Because going from a D to an E, you're not only going 1/10 up, you're going 2/10 up. And when you put up 5 of them, that's a point over everybody else. All right, back with Rocky Mountain on P-bars.
Nice clean stutz to handstand. Diamanov, a little bit of hesitation to a smooth long hang Suarez. Nice connection there. I'm actually shocked that we have not seen more of those tonight. That was an excellent routine from the Mavericks. But where are our long hang Suarez's at? Riley Lineman is on the high bar for Washington. Massive straddle to Tkachev.
One more, man.
Pike to Tkachev. One arm giant, beautiful, good extension. And here comes a dismount. And unfortunately, just like the opening routine, far, far overcompensated on the dismount. Kansas City with an excellent cause behind him on the vault.
All right, back on parallel bars with Rocky Mountain.
Let's go, Dolph.
Double pike from Alexei Trushev from Bay Area. Clean in the air, far short on the landing.
Let's get it.
And Connor Linford is on the high bar for Washington. The stoop half below 45, going to take significant deduction on that.
Rocky Mountain putting up another great routine there on parallel bars. Oh, just on the fingertips there on high bar from
On
Washington.
the last event, Washington is starting to slip a little bit. That is the third fall of the rotation. So they're going to have to recollect themselves a little bit.
They've been running really strong all night. They had a coaching change this year. Bob Young was the head coach last year.
Eli Richardson was the coach.
Eli
last
Richardson, I apologize. Bob Young is the assistant. Eli Richardson was the head coach, decided he needed to step away to take care of his family, which we hope that they are all doing phenomenal and amazing. Nothing bad, just needed to be dad before coach, which anybody that has done any coaching, you know how tough that decision can be. So we applaud him for doing what he needed to do for his family. Well, two former athletes, Riley Lehman and Trevor Giri, stepped in to coach. They are on the younger side. Everyone was a little just curious to see how they do. Not knocking them at all, just younger coaches. It's hard to keep that pedigree up that Washington does have, and they've really done a phenomenal job. I can't say enough about how well they've done taking over that program and continuing to keep it strong. We've seen a lot of really good things from them, and it's going to keep shifting. You know, anytime there's a big leadership change like that, there's going to be a shift in ideology. You know, you saw it on P-bars, a lot of free hit mounts, and it really comes down to what the coaches are confident in coaching, and they're doing a great job. So it's going to be fascinating to watch as they go through another entire year with this coaching staff to see what they can do to stay in that top three mix where Washington has been the entire time.
Yeah, Trevor and Andrew are both really good guys. They've done a lot for the program. They were excellent athletes. From what I've seen, how they've handled their coaching, their stoicism in their coaching, they've done the program proud.
Absolutely.
They've done an excellent job.
No question about that. On P-bars with Rocky Mountain again, this is that title fight we're looking at between Rocky Mountain on P-bars, and then in this next rotation, we're going to watch Iowa on P-bars, and it's really going to come down to who hits P-bars stronger. and Rocky Mountain is putting on a clinic, and they're getting loud. So here's part of the game, right? If you're Iowa, you're in Gym B, and you know this. You know, most of these guys watch the scoreboard. They know what's going on, and they're watching Rocky just hit after hit after hit. Can they keep that pressure at bay and hit just a little stronger to stay in that 4th place position? All right, on high bar with Washington.
Zach Murray is going to close out the evening for Washington. Zach's been a staple athlete for the program since his freshman year. He's performed so well and so consistently.
And that's a stuck dismount.
Mic drop. That was a routine that Washington badly needed.
Absolutely.
Didn't quite staunch all the bleeding, but that was an excellent recovery.
But that definitely cauterized the wounds, for sure. And I believe they still have one more up, do they not?
Zach Murray, according to this, was the last athlete.
Okay, so that...
Washington's scores, once that pops up, are finalized. Bryson Brandon with a big routine, for a lot of deductions on the landings especially, mounted with a full punch double front, second connection that we saw that today, completely overpowered, at least 1 foot out of bounds it looked like. The kid's got insane power. And on the parallel bars, this is Sam Lee for Rocky Mountain. Sam's put up some massive gymnastics tonight. Let's see how he rounds out the evening. 6.5 turn, Peach to handstand with excellent follow through. Giant Diamonov. Minor balance checks here and there, but Sam is putting up some insane difficulty right now. And a massively powerful back double pike dismount. A little bit over on the dismount, but the speed of rotation that he had was like nothing we've seen tonight. Sam Lee, if you didn't know the name then, you do now. That is a guy to keep an eye on. And Finn Grenstam is on the floor right now for Washington. For Bay Area. What am I saying? Finn opting for the scale over some of the replacement skills. It's been interesting since FIG implemented that rule, seeing a group of athletes who's never had to do a scale when they were compulsory suddenly having to do one as an optional or even college gymnast.
Right. I'm glad that you introduced some different rules around it.
That makes 2 of us.
To give some more options. It is interesting to still see the guys that choose it.
And to their credit, there are some guys that do it very well.
That is very true. All right, Rocky Mountain is done. Let's take a look.
And I was just commenting, Sam Lee. I had not heard the name before tonight, and my God, that P-bar routine was exceptional.
He was a big pickup for them. That is for sure. All right. Rocky Mountain on P-bars put down a 47.4. That's big. The question is, can Iowa put down a 47.5? It's gonna be a title fight here. Arizona's done their job, man. They are looking phenomenal right now. It'll be interesting to see this floor rotation. Definitely a strong event for them, like most events are. And it's going to be fascinating to watch and see how they finish this night out.
It is. Looks like we've got Evan Hymanson rounding off the rotation on A side. You know, it's funny. Having the 4-and-4 side having pommels finished by the 4th rotation, it's been interesting. I feel like it's taken a lot of volatility out of the final 2 rotations.
I absolutely agree. It's been interesting because, normally that volatility lasts all night long, and it's something we talk about all night, but taking it out and getting it over with in the beginning is definitely fascinating.
Now, like I said, Evan's been back to training all around. His floor is still absolutely a high quality. He struggled with consistency a little earlier in season. I think we're in for a pretty good show tonight, though. He's gotten a lot of the kinks worked out.
That's great to hear, and I can't wait to watch it.
As he sits there marinating himself in the chalk bucket, as he does.
Very well put.
He has a habit of that. I think at a meet earlier, he actually cost himself a 3/10 neutral because he took too long to actually get on the apparatus. He had to sit there.
Yeah,
maybe that's something to work
those. All right, just waiting for this final floor routine from Bay Area.
Let's go, Evan!
Can't see it in the camera, but he's going to come from the right side of your screen. Here we go. Front full double front, nice and clean.
It's the best executed that we've seen that pass so far. We've seen 3. There it is. Now, I've seen him do a front double full out of that, too. He was having consistency issues actually following through with the twist. So that was smart. And, of course, he will pick up the full difficulty with the back triple full side pass.
And that's an incredibly hard side pass there. Getting all 3 twists done on only 42 feet is incredible.
Back 2.5 punch lay. Very good precision coming out of the 2.5. Stacked it up nicely. Very good rebound out. A scale. It's a scale.
Just to make sure.
I think he needs to explore some of those replacement skills.
A huge double pike dismount. Evan had a phenomenal night. Definitely some stuff to work on, but
Evan, I think, has been one of the favorites for all around within the GymACT field. I think he's got to be one of the top guys for all around right now.
I think he's one of them, but I think there are about 3 guys that it's going to come down to who goes 6 for 6. And that's going to be the fun thing to watch in 2 weeks. All right, I believe that was it. Flight A, I believe, closing out their competition. And that means everybody's going to have their eyes on Flight B as we head into rotation 6 here and wrap it out. The 4 teams in Flight A have their scores locked. That means that nothing more can happen to their scores. So Bay Area finishing the night at a 301, cracking that 300 line. Done very, very well. Washington comes out at 297.75. Like Carl was saying earlier, they needed just a little stronger high bar rotation. The difficulty is there. Everything is there to do it. They've just got to put it all together on 6 events. Looked great all night long. All right. Looks like there's just a score question on floor. But we're going to go ahead and transition over to our Flight B as they prepare for competition. Rocky Mountain Open finishing the night at a 293.25, and Kansas City United Twisters finishing it at a 263.7. Like we've been talking about all night, GymACT is getting closer and closer and tighter in those fights.
That's complete competition for Flight A, Flight B. At this time, athletes, please prepare for competition. Judges, when you are ready, please take control of your event.
All right, here we go. We dropped below 100 viewers, but we're back over it. Everybody get off your couches, get loud, get excited. We are headed into rotation 6 for Flight B. Let's see what these guys have in their 6th and final event as they fight with everything they've got to try to climb their way in to that national title fight. Here we go. SCU up on high bar. Nice half talk, just a little over. Looking for that to go straight to handstand. Here we go, big release move. Straddle Tkachev doesn't turn over great, but gets his hands to the bar and keeps it really clean, so no actual deductions. Here we go, big dismount. You see the whole team on their feet. Oh, and just the tiniest top. Like we've been talking about all night, we have not seen an incredible amount of stuck dismounts tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see who takes it that home and really pushes their sticks. Armadillos coming in strong on vault with just a handspring tuck. Nice and clean to finish them out. The Armadillos have looked great all night. They're a younger, smaller team that is definitely on a build. We're seeing more coaches, a little more variety from around Texas. They're going to be ones to watch, but this is the title fight right here. Here we go. We have Iowa GymACT on P-bars. Going into this last rotation, it was Iowa versus Rocky Mountain Open. We're going to see if Iowa can answer hit for hit. Starting off strong here with Jackson Crowan. Oh, I'm sorry, that is from Rocky Mountain. This is going to be Jake Pori. Let's see what he's got here. He's got some beautiful body lines, keeping it nice and clean. Not a ton of difficulty, but you don't need a ton of difficulty if it's this clean. Nice double back, just a big step backwards. That's going to be a strong hit in this battle between Rocky Mountain and Iowa, trying to bring home that qualification into the national title fight. All right, here we go. We are headed to Santiago from SC United on high bar as the Armadillos bring in, I believe this is going to be Tristan, the Tuck Kazamatsu. Nikki Franz from Arizona State on floor, just taking that first pass a little out of bounds. Nikki has a ton of quick twitch muscle fiber. It's hard for him to keep that under control sometimes, but he dials it back in that huge 2.5.
This is going to be an exciting final rotation. We know this. Kevin and I are both on our feet up here at the head table. We are so excited we cannot stay in our seats.
Absolutely not. Who would stay in their seat at a time like this?
Oof, there's a ripping. That was like 4.5 Russians. Holy smokes. Fedorchenko plus.
Nikki definitely settling down. He started with all that power and overjuiced it out of the corner a little bit, but has settled in. He's coming in.
Let's go, Aiden!
Watching his landings very nicely right now.
He's definitely dialed back a little bit of difficulty, but he's looking much, much cleaner than he was 2 weeks ago. Finish out that beautiful double pike.
You know, a lot of guys make that trade-off. It comes down to who does it well. Nikki Franz put on a good show out there.
All right, back on P-bars with Iowa.
Peach support. I've seen a lot of guys pick up deductions on those peaches, not quite hitting that above horizontal angle.
He just pikes that in. That leaves the door open for Rocky Mountain.
Short landing on that cause from Texas. Hopefully his legs are okay. Bit of an awkward landing.
This is definitely an all or nothing. The tension in the room right now is palpable. It's kind of crazy. The energy feel like no one's cheering. There's not a ton of energy, but there's a lot of energy in the room, if that makes any sense at all to anyone at home. Like, everyone knows what's happening right here. Iowa back on the bars. knowing they need to make up some ground here.
Alexander Riley, I believe this is, for Iowa.
Huge double front to a stick. Oh, that is an answer. Iowa needed that so bad.
Now that was a smart play. Simple routine, not a lot of deduction built in, relying on the dismount itself for most of the difficulty. And it absolutely paid off.
Very strange. I believe this is Dylan Jones, Arizona State. He buckled his back handspring and had to bail out of his pass, thankfully safely, but very uncharacteristic. Arizona State's had a phenomenal night, a little rough on pommels, but the other 4 events or other 3 events were phenomenal. So let's see if they can kind of bring it back here. Dylan's got to settle down. That's it's so scary when you do that because your brain is set to do a skill, and then your fight or flight definitely keeps you alive. It was a great call, but it is hard to settle back in. And he looks like he's doing a great job with it.
Now tonight, even with some mistakes, Arizona may very well maintain their lead all the way through. What it comes down to now really is they need to be making sure they iron out all of those kinks, because in 2 weeks at Nationals, they don't have the luxury of getting mistakes like that.
Correct. Head coach Mike Burns in Minnesota, if I had to guess, are probably sitting in a hotel room watching this right now, because I know for a fact they want it and they want it bad. They've gotten it once 2 years ago. Arizona took it back last year, and I know Minnesota wants it again. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can catch up, because Arizona looks phenomenal tonight. Nice clean back layout for SCU.
Parker Mann, I believe that was.
Like I said, Bay Area cracking into that 303. And
that, actually, I think, is a program record for Bay Area.
I believe so.
They broke 300 for the first time at the Silicon Valley Invitational, their final meet before the postseason.
So that would be a program record, very well deserved. Like I said, I was a little surprised. I knew they were going to be strong. I don't want anybody
Will's been doing an excellent job, both with outreach and recruiting athletes, new athletes to the program, good, strong athletes, and also with staying and maintaining and building the guys that he has on the program already.
He really has done a great job, and it's just been fascinating to watch. All right, Iowa back on P-bars again. Rocky Mountain put up a 49 even on P-bars. Question is, can Iowa put up more? Gonna have a beautiful peach handstand here. Just a little elbow bend. Oh, but makes it up right there. Puts that stutz right to handstand. Isaiah Malay taking to the floor for Arizona State.
Double Arabian, don't see a lot of those anymore. Love to see it. Back to a half lay. Over the top, we've seen that a lot for the guys doing those connection passes. A lot of guys well past the landings, made it work.
Iowa puts up another beautiful double tuck with just a hop backwards. Here we go, SCU putting down a big dismount. Full twisting double tuck, just a step back. SCU is another one that has kind of surprised me tonight. They're definitely on another upswing here, and they're looking really, really good. Isaiah Malay coming in for what I believe is going to be his dismount. Huge double pike. Couple hops back, but other than that, great routine for Isaiah. All right, I believe Iowa is done and locked, so I don't know if their final routine is in yet. That's going to be the one to watch. I definitely am missing scores from Iowa, so we're not going to really speculate too much. And like I said, if you want to, you are more than welcome. Scan the QR code, check the link. You can be looking at the results, but we're not going to talk about the results because we are going to be able to bring you them live as they're being called in the venue. So make sure after the last couple of routines here, you stick right here on the GymACT YouTube page, right here on this link to follow all the way through the awards. All right, and I apologize, Iowa and SCU both putting guys up as Elliott Foster waits to go on floor for Arizona. Oh, SCU just missing that Tkachev. Wow.
Iowa's been launching those double fronts.
He came off the bars with such great direction, but so little rotation. I got really scared he was going to drop behind it, and didn't at all. That was just phenomenal gymnastics. All right, and Iowa's definitely not done. I was misunderstanding where they were in their rotation.
That was Rafe Schaffner that just went, and Harrison Brandt will be their final competitor.
All right, and that's going to be the interesting one, is can these guys do enough to catch Rocky Mountain Mavericks. A Piatti on high bar. Love that release. One of my favorite ones. Nice Tkachev. Full twisting double tuck to a stick. Little unorthodox on the tap, but got the result.
Arizona taking back to the floor with Elliott Foster.
Should be their second to last guy. Their last guy should be team captain Will Howard. Elliott using that scale. One and a half front fold down the side. You don't see that very often. Iowa putting up what we believe to be their final competitor. It should be Harrison Brandt.
There's a ripping double pike on floor, small hop out to wrap up an outstanding routine for Elliott.
Elliott had a fantastic night tonight. It's going to be really interesting to see who won the all-around tonight, because, you know, it could be Evan, it could be Elliott. There are quite a few guys in this building that could take on that fight. All right, Harrison Brandt, Iowa, double front with just a stumble back. The question is going to be, was it enough? And you're going to have to keep it right here as we head into awards to find out who the official qualifiers are to the national title fight and the Commissioner's Cup battle headed into national championships in 2 weeks. Got a question in the chat. If people are asking if the free version of ScoreCat will allow you to see the team scores, they will. Or like I said, you can keep it right here, and we'll bring you the awards presentation directly following the last couple of routines of the night.
Will Howard, the final competitor of the evening on the floor exercise. Massive double tuck side pass, landing nearly stuck.
Double tuck, massive with just a small hop back.
And just the same, his landing preparation has been excellent so far. Wow.
Huge double layout as his third pass.
Floor routine of the night so far.
Using that dive roll just to get across to his other diagonal. Beautiful artistry. He's got one more pass. Thought that was going to be his dismount. This is the final routine of the evening. Let's see what he's got. Can he end it with a stick? Beautiful. Got his feet down just in time.
Yep.
And that concludes the 2026 Western GymACT Conference Championships. You know, Carl, unfortunately, we had some tech issues. I didn't get to watch some of the meet. What were your impressions? What surprised you? What are you looking forward to in 2 weeks?
Boy, well, no, not much surprises me anymore. I think that what we've come to expect from a conference championships like this is a lot of excellent gymnastics, high difficulty, good execution. I think we got all of that tonight. God, I mean, we're looking forward to seeing this times two when we go to nationals. 4 best teams from both conferences. It's going to be an outstanding show.
It absolutely is, and for what I saw of Easterns earlier, it's going to be an unbelievable show. Like I said, make sure you subscribe to the GymACT YouTube channel right here. Hit the notification button so you know when we schedule that live. And if you can be in Oklahoma at Dev Nationals Saturday night, it will be the Commissioner's Cup battle and the national title fight to crown the king of GymACT. I would like to thank Carl Meador for being here again. Like I said, if you want to get involved and help in any way, go to gymact.org. Figure out if you have the ability to donate to help us keep getting some tech to try to avoid some of these issues, or help with, flying people around or doing what we need to do to keep trying to make these presentations of this gymnastics better, because these athletes absolutely deserve it. You can also find out information on every GymACT team and the camp they put on, and I couldn't agree more with Carl. I think we saw a lot of just incredible gymnastics, and we're seeing GymACT continue to grow and tighten up. The spread in final team score is not going to be nearly as big as it has been in the years past, and I just can't wait to see what the East and West all under one roof really brings. So thank you all. We are going to get right into awards right now. Huge thank you to Breeze Olson, who's all the way in Hawaii, who's providing some tech support on the back end. John Lucas, who's in NorCal, who's helped develop all this. Ambert from Verdius, who's helped develop all this. There's just so many people that have donated and given time, energy, money, knowledge to keep this going. So again, thank you to all of them. Keep it right here. Awards will start the second that the score verifications are in from the judges, but we're going to go ahead and get our camera systems and everything on audio systems set up. Keep it right here for that of a presentation of the awards. Thank you all so much for being here. I can't wait to see. I think we set a record for our own personal viewership for Westerns and Easterns tonight, so make sure you subscribe, share it with your friends, and go back and watch it again and again, as it was a great presentation of gymnastics, and we will see you guys in Oklahoma in 2 weeks. We are waiting right here to get the award started. They just called all the judges to the head table to make sure that all the score verifications and everything are through. So make sure you keep it live right here, and we can bring you a great presentation of the awards shortly.
Boys, come on. Are you ready for your awards? There we go. You're starting on the floor in third place, Evan Hymanson from Bay Area Bandits with a score of 13.05. And we have a two-way tie for first place, both with a score of 13.1. First place going to Elliot Foster from Arizona State. And first place also going to Max Rakuch from Iowa. These are your floor champions. Salute. Salute, gentlemen. Congratulations. Moving on to your pommel champions. In third place with a score of 13 even, Samuel Walker from Arizona State. In second place, William Pierce from Bay Area Bandits. And in first place, Tyler Davidson from Texas Armadillos with a score of 13.25. These are your GymACT Pommel champions. Salute. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving on to rings. In third place, with a score of 13.5, Zach Murray from Washington Men's Gymnastics. In second place, with a score of 13.55, Elliot Foster from Arizona State. And in first place, with a score of 13.85, Bryce Cannon from Texas Armadillos. These are your GymACT Rings champions. Salute. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving to vault. We have a two-way tie for second place, both with a score of 13.7. Second place going to Elliot Foster from Arizona State. And second place also going to Isaiah Malay from Arizona State. Your champion with a score of 13.88, Max Rakuch from Iowa. These are your GymACT Vault champions. Salute. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving into P-bars, we have a two-way tie for third place, both with a score of 13.2. Third place going to Will Howard from Arizona State. Third place also going to Isaiah Malay from Arizona State. In second place with a score of 13.35, Evan Hymanson from Bay Area Bandits. And your champion with a score of 13.75, Elliot Foster from Arizona State. These are your GymACT P-Bar champions. Salute. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving on to high bar. In third place with a score of 13.35, Elliot Foster from Arizona State. In second place, Isaiah Malay from Arizona State with a score of 13.75. And your champion with a score of 13.8, William Pierce from Bay Area Bandits. These are your GymACT High Bar champions. Salute. Coaches, before you leave, please sign. Oh, now, right now, coaches, please come sign the results. Moving into our all-around. In third place with a combined score of 77.45, Evan from Bay Area Bandits. In second place with a score of 78.3, Isaiah Malay from Arizona State. And your all-around champion with a score of 79.1, Elliot Foster from Arizona State. These are your GymACT all-around champions. Salute. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving into our team awards. In third place, with a combined score of 297.75, Washington Men's Gymnastics. In second place, with a combined score of 303 even, Bay Area Bandits. And your team champions with a combined score of 313.55, Arizona State. These are your GymACT Western Conference champions. Salute, if you can. Congratulations, gentlemen. This does conclude our award ceremony for tonight. Thank you so much for being here with us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for
Coaches.
sticking it out with us all night long. I know it was a long night. We had a little struggle getting going, but hopefully you enjoyed this presentation of the 2026 Western Conference Championships. And again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss GymACT National Championships in 2 weeks in Oklahoma City. We will see you then.